I believe we are live. Let's just check here. Let me make sure. I was just having some difficulties. My Wi-Fi dropped off. I do apologize if anyone is here yet. I'm kind of right on time. Let me pull it up. Oh, good. Hey, hi, Shelley. I'm glad you're here too. Penny, Layla, Sunny Girl. That's a pretty name. You might be new. Are you new? I think that's a new. You might be new. I love that. That's such a pretty name. Adorable. So, how's everyone doing? How are we? Let me pull up live chat, not top chat. I hate when I do that. Comments. I feel like it's been forever since I have been here. Actually, it has been forever since I've been here. I think I think it was when I interviewed Kathleen, our wonderful author of Blood and Marriage, and that was like, Labor Day weekend. And then that was it between work and then having COVID, and everything kind of just happened so fast that you don't even have a minute to yourself. So I'm like thankful that I'm at least able to be here right now, and feeling a little bit better. Yeah, Shelley, I know. Yeah, COVID. This one was bad though, like in a different way than any of the other COVIDs. In fact, I was just talking to Kelly from Watts, and she had it as well. And same thing, like this sciatica pain, like you feel like you're 90. It just comes out of nowhere, which is wild. So, hi, Madonna. Madonna, I'm so happy you're here. And the minute I saw that you wanted to hear the Coleman story, that was it. It was a no-brainer. That's what I got to do for Madonna. She's so lovely. And of course, who turned me on to this was Molson Man, who turns me on to he's the one that introduced me, in fact, to not only Blood and Marriage, the book, but then Kathleen. Hi, Downtown Wonder. Good to see you, doll. So yeah, Molson Man who introduced me to just the Blood and Marriage book in general, and then, got in touch with the author, and her and I have so much to tell you guys, have become, friends, and we talk and we text all the time, and she's absolutely lovely. And she just finished her latest book, which is on the Murdaugh murders. And wait, guys, just wait. She did send me the first chapter to read and just kind of give my input. And from someone who does not know about the Murdaugh murders, other than whatever Molson has told me, wow, I'm like, hurry, get this. Tell your editor to hurry. This is phenomenal. So once the book is out, is released, she is, and her investigator as well, who is this amazing PI, I believe he's from California. They are both going to come on, and we're going to do a live and we'll, promote the book. And I really don't know much about Murdaugh murders, so it'll kind of be a learning experience for anyone that does or doesn't, because from what I hear, it's a whole mess of people involved. And so I'm happy. I really don't know anything about it, but just like Murdaugh and everything else Molson introduces me to, I had never heard of Chris Coleman. So in fact, quite a few people, when they were saying yes, I was like, geez, where have I been? I just remember Molson telling me, you've got to do something with the Molson, with the Coleman murders. And I'm like, oh, okay, tell me. He's like, okay, first off, he said he is the original family annihilator. Hi, Rosie. Just talking about how I got steered to this book, of course, through Molson, who always steers me to the craziest true crime. But he said Chris Coleman is the original of our generation, family annihilator. Prior to Chris Watts, Chris Coleman was the family annihilator. Strangling, same method, strangling. Little different. There were ligature marks. He did strangle them, his two sons and his wife. They said either with a cord or a rope. So I'm not really sure if they ever actually said for sure what it was. But he has a mistress as well. He only knew her for 6 to 8 months. Let me back up. Chris Coleman's mistress was his wife's former high school best friend. So if that's not a slap in the face, nothing is. Her name is Tara, and let me just say that Tara makes Nicole Hessinger look like Cinderella, and almost kind of Chris Coleman a little bit makes Chris Watts look like the prince. Because these two are real sickos. Really, really sick. Especially a father, okay, not only, murdering your children and your wife, strangling them, but then the extra steps he took to ensure that it looked like this big, almost like hit on him, because he was the security guard for the ever so popular evangelical Ministries Joyce Meyers. So for months prior, he was prepping for this. He was sending himself, the asshole was sending himself to his own freaking computer, the dumbest but crazy notes, like, I'm going to kill your family, I'm going to punish, like, on his own computer. So that, he's just as bright as Watts is in that sense. But when Wilson said they were strangled, and I'm like, oh, and then he's like, that's not even the worst of it. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, he spray painted his house with red spray paint, like inside of the house, like graffiti, like obscenities all over the different rooms to really, really make it look like, shoot, I've been telling everybody at work, I've been saying there's somebody that is out to get me, and then I'm getting these, threatening letters that he's going to kill my family, blah, blah, blah. Here we are. Well, red spray paint on the walls, matching basically what his letters, these threatening letters were saying, which was, I'm punish you, I'm always watching, he pre-premeditated it. He really thought about his wording real well, the idiot that he was. Like in the kitchen area, he had spray painted punished on one wall, I am always watching on another, and then on like the staircase going up the steps, he spray painted you have paid, which is okay. And those, okay, so he spray painted on the walls. And that's not the worst of it. The worst of it to me is the fact that he also spray painted red all over one of his son's faces. One of the sons, he really wanted to make sure that he sealed it, that this was definitely like a targeted murder out, somebody out to get him via kill his family. Spray painted the one little boy. I don't know which son it was. I don't know if we'll find out in the book. I haven't read the book either. I kind of wanted to read this one along with you guys. So I'm not sure which son it was, but he spray painted his face red. Like, you're a freaking monster. Yes, Chris Watts is a monster for what he did, but did he premeditate putting those girls in tanks? Who knows? Who knows? Did this man go out and buy the spray paint, right? Send himself the arsehole through his own computer, the threatening letters? Yes. So he is definitely, like, Chris Watts may be Lucifer's son, but this dude is definitely Lucifer. Definitely. And his little mistress, Tara, she's got a pitchfork as well. She's gross, too. Ugh, gross. Hi, Green-Eyed. Hey, Three Souls. No, you didn't miss much. I was just kind of giving a little bit of background, Green-Eyed, onto who the heck Chris Coleman is, because I really didn't know prior to, of course, Molson Man telling me once I finished Blood and Marriage. He's like, you've got to get into the Coleman murders. He's like, he is a family annihilator. Before there was a Chris Watts, there was a Chris Coleman. And kind of like told me about it. But then when I'm researching it, and the dude, really, really thought about how to make this look like it was this person that was sending him the threatening letters for months, which is God, when we get into it in the book, I'm sure they'll go through it all, the whole trial and everything, but God, the emails. What's really weird, first of all, he is also at Dodge Correctional. So he is with fellow family annihilator Chris Watts at Dodge Correctional, which is weird. You wonder, are these two friends? Like, I'm sure they get each other. No one would quite get you like another family annihilator would, right? So I'm sure they are. Green Eye, you're familiar with Chris Coleman. He was the first. Yeah, he was the first of the Chrisettes. That's exactly right. He was he was the original. And then, right, Jeffrey McDonald, we talked about downtown when we read Blood and Marriage, because the author mentions not only Jeffrey McDonald, what he did, but at the end with the lawyer, with the quote from Jeffrey McDonald's, I think it was the prosecuting attorney had said, like, because I remember crying as I was reading it to you guys, was like, when you light a candle for them, meaning Jeffrey McDonald's family. He was a vet, a veteran and a doctor. So I don't know much about that case, but that happened, back in the 60s maybe? I'm not even sure. He is still alive, Jeffrey McDonald. He's alive. And like I said, Chris Coleman and Chris Watts reside together at Dodge Correctional, which is fantastic. I saw some people trying to look up CW at Dodge, and he was not available there from the last that I saw a couple of days ago. Interesting. I just saw somebody put out his recent visitor list, Green Eye, and I'll think of who the creator was. Madonna, yeah, long ago, the early 70s. Yeah, Madonna, right. So, I mean, for our generation, I'd have to say Chris Coleman is the founding father of our era's family annihilators, and that happened. He was sentenced in 2011, I believe. And I believe the murders were 2009. He was sentenced actually like 9 to 10, like 2 years to the day of the murders, which is a little eerie, but good for him. He wasn't originally, just like Chris Watts, he wasn't originally brought to Dodge. I forget where he was first, and then he went to Dodge. He did appeal a year or so ago. He did a 35C, which is what Chris Watts never ended up doing. His lawyers were trying to argue on it was kind of ridiculous. Something with the photos that they were using in the trial, showing as evidence. The back of them were marked with who it was, the date, the year, whatever. And they were trying to say that some of the evidence pictures had the same date and time, and that's not true. So everything should be thrown out. Hell to the no. Sorry, you're done, and you're going to continue to serve your 3 life prison sentences without the possibility of parole. So, yeah, that's you killed everyone, but because we may have put a wrong date on one of the photos of you and your sweetheart of a mistress, we'll forget it all. Like, it's unbelievable. So he is there. I would love to know. God, I would love to know. I don't know. How can we find out if they are even? I mean, I don't even know. There's different units. There's different people have different restrictions. So yes. I would love to know if they visit. Yes, Joyce Meyers. So that's the other part of this that I think really brought this case to such a high profile level, was because he was the security guard for Joyce Meyer Ministries. I mean, talk about, if you're going to do evangelical, Joyce is the lady that you'd want to work for, but unfortunately, divorce is frowned upon. So if you work for Joyce Meyer, just know if you get divorced, you're going to lose your job. So if you work for Joyce Meyer and you have a mistress and you still do want to delete, you want to get rid of your family, there are other ways. There are ways, that things are done. Doesn't matter. You're still going to lose your job, you friggin' idiot. You lost not only your job, your life, your family. Just like, talk about, they lose all sense of rationale, at all sense of it. Weird part is, this friggin' idiot. Okay, Chris Watts was worse. He was dating Nikki, we think, what? At the most a few months, if that, to 6 weeks, at, from what we gather. And so Chris Watts is worse on that end. This fool was seeing her for months, like 6 to 8 months. I want to say 8 months, but it's somewhere between 6 to 8 months. But he did know her because she was his wife's high school best friend. So they already knew each other. They didn't need to be introduced. It's disgusting. That part makes me I truly do want to vomit when I think about that too, like the betrayal. And as I was like doing the research, another weird similarity too is text messages that you see between his poor wife, Sheri, with one of her friends, saying Chris wants a divorce. He says me and the kids are in the way of his job. Like, you look, when we read this book, and I'm sure when we hear so much then of what happened, it's like Chris Watts opened up the Chris Coleman files and said, "There we go. I have found my man. I'm going to follow his footsteps. It might not have worked for him, but it's going to work for me. I'll cover my steps a little bit better." Well, you didn't, but it's really eerily similar as you're reading this poor woman telling her friends, who says, like, whatever you need, what can I do for you? Like saying, just pray. It's like heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking as it was when, we were seeing the text and the pictures of Shanann as she's pregnant, can't find him. This fool is like sleeping over the girlfriends every night, having, sex a couple times a night. Just, that was heartbreaking. So then as I was seeing what this case had in similarities, man, that one really, that hit me, because I just thought, as a woman and any girls, like, no one wants to be cheated on, but man, if it ends up being not only someone even if it's just someone you want to kill, but you're someone that you considered like a close, dear, best friend, whatever, just, to me, would have to be the worst. Oh, let me see. I don't know why. Let me show your message. Hang on, Green Eye. Green Eye said, "Shady, yeah. Your girlfriend gets with your husband that you have your children with, and then he kills the whole family, and that woman was involved. Oh, yeah. Oh, that woman. That girlfriend is so, mistress, whatever. as much as we can't stand Nikki. Oh God. We're gonna really dive at this one. Downtown. Yeah, Shania, that's right. Shania Twain had the same thing happen to her. Her husband had an affair with the best friend. And this is the part I do love though. So they married. Better part of it though is then Shania ends up with the husband of this ex-best friend, and they're together and married him. It's like I mean that's fantastic. Only because in the end it worked out for Shania. When it happened, I do remember how horrible the world felt for her. But yes, I would probably be like, oh yeah, if your husband, he'd have to be cute, have a job, be cool. But then I might do it just for the fun of it. Let alone Shania didn't need money from a man or anything. But yeah, she ended up with her happily ever after. So good for her. And no one, and look at that, they did it the adulting way. No one was killed. No one was killed. Yeah, Green Eye said, I did not know that about Shania Twain. They say truth. Oh, so yes, truth is stranger than fiction. Preach it, girl. Because some of the stuff I have read with this case is just mind-blowing. And like I said, I haven't read the book yet because I just wanted to read it with you guys. But just the different articles I have read and the research, and he, like, one of his neighbors was a detective, so he called him to come to the house because he couldn't get in touch with them the morning they were found. It pulls you right in. Like you're immediately in the Chris Coleman murders rabbit hole. Immediately. Downtown said Shania's ex was over. Yeah, he was older than I do remember that. I do remember that the ex was over 20 years older than her too. Mm-hmm. But man, and I'm happy everybody's with who they want to be with and their love. It's still like you have to wonder, do they all get together? Like do they go out? Do they go for pizza? Do they hang out on the holidays? I don't know. I'm sorry. Even if I remarried to the ex-husband of the woman who my husband was cheating on me with, I don't think I'd ever, I don't think I'd ever be able to look at her. Am I being petty? Or am I kind of, come on, girls. It would be hard. It would be a hard pill to swallow. I would just want to live my best life with my new husband and move on. Oh, really? Madonna said, can I just say, please, the detective was really cute. Oh my God, Madonna, I cannot wait I'm going to have to look at that. Yeah, because that was the neighbor. I know his neighbor was a detective who we had called to come over, but I have not, I haven't really looked much like at the interrogation tapes or any of that stuff. Oh my God, Downtown. That is such a good idea. Shania and her husband and her ex-husband and his new wife, they could do a newlywed game. They all know each other well. Everybody's gonna know each other's answers, though. It wouldn't be as much fun. Hi, Molson. Molson, I'm just telling them, of course, the way you swayed me to Blood and Marriage is the same way I was swayed to the Coleman murders, and the similarities that you were telling me with the whole Watts thing, like it's mind-boggling, just mind-boggling. And we were talking, someone had mentioned about Shania Twain. This happened to her, where her husband was cheating on her with her best friend, left her, married the best friend. But in the end, I love it, Shania ended up marrying the husband, the ex-husband of the ex-best friend. So everybody's happy, but I'm like, girls, would we be able to be okay with that woman? I still don't think I would. Hi, Mark, I'm so happy you're here. I just don't think it would work unless Downtown Wonder we played the newlywed game. A, B, I want food and drinks, okay? Or I'm going to get rowdy like that guy at the wedding of CW and SW. I'm going to get rowdy fast. So you better feed me and give me liquor. Green Eye said, Oh, yeah, Coleman, wait, Wilson said Coleman's mistress Tara makes NK seem like Donna Reed. Yeah, I said Tara, his mistress makes NK look like Cinderella, almost to Chris Watts looking like the prince, because there's just such evil premeditation in this one. And when I was texting you before with like the painting on the son's face, like, you painted on all the walls, that wasn't good enough, you fucking maniac. Green Eyed said, long story short, somebody was in that my side of the bed with my son's father, and I ended up with a double broken bone, spiral break in my arm, 6 hours. Oh my God. Yeah, see, I'd get physical. Hi, Willie. Oh, thank you. Oh, New Hampshire? Oh my God, Green-Eyed Bandit. What? That girl. Oh, you cut them. So the girl used your sheets to cover her face, and to this day she's remained a secret. Oh, she knows what happened to me, but I still oh my God, you don't know who was in the bed. Whoa. Oh, Green-Eyed, that's rough. Oh God, I wouldn't. There's no closure on that. That's a wound that can heal. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Jesus. So as you walked in, your husband fought you, not the woman. I took it that the woman fought you. Jesus. Not only is he a cheater, but he's a domestic violence abuser. He sounds like a real catch. Thank God you got out of it. Yeah, Molson, Tara's a piece of work with her really, really bad 80s hair and 80s makeup, and just and like I was telling them, I'm not sure if you knew Molson, he did a 35C. He tried for a 35C back in 2019, trying to base it on like photos that were used in the trial. On the back of them where they would mark who it was, like, and the date and all that some of the photos all had the same date and time, and that's not correct. The dates might have been wrong on a few of them, which, irregardless, it's still, you're with your mistress. Okay, so we said it was Tuesday, May 7th, and instead it was Wednesday, May 8th. That doesn't change the fact that you killed your entire family. So it was tossed out, and he does remain at Dodge Correctional. But I was telling them, God, I'd love to find out if him and Watts are friends. I need to know. How do we find out? Hi, coolest. Thank you. Oh, Green-Eyed, I'd lived in the same county of the same state all my life. But girl, I moved. That's right. I moved on, and I paid for everything. Oh, you paid for your own surgery, and you never had interest. Well, but you know what, Green-Eyed? You got out. And you're here to talk today. Thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Because these victims didn't get out. They didn't even know their husbands were cheaters. Disgusting pigs that should have had their penises cut off. I said that low, so it really doesn't even count. But they should be castrated prior to their 3 life-term without parole sentences. I don't know. I don't know if anybody would if I'm a family annihilator, it's only going to be another family annihilator that gets me. That'd be like, dude, listen, you don't have to explain to me. I know. Like, what are those conversations like? Would love to know. But I don't, you just wonder if they possibly keep people like that away from each other. Like, oh no, these two can't. Hell no. Oh, my stickers and stuff are working out. I just saw that. Let me just see if I could just pull one up. Oh yeah, it did show up. I think it did. It's Shanann and Chris Watts. That's the blood and marriage. Oh, that's so cool. So excited. I'm all excited. What am I, 10? Excited over stickers and emojis. So yeah, there are many similarities, but as we pointed out earlier, really the whole family annihilator kind of started back in the 70s with Jeffrey McDonald, which, like I said, Kathleen mentions in Blood and Marriage. But for our generation, it started with Chris Coleman in 2009. And like I said, I swear to you, it's like Chris Watts opened up that case and like the how to do manual and kind of changed things up a little bit. But nonetheless, the similarities are just too eerily alike. Green, I can assure you, if Chris Watts and if Coleman and Watts are in the same prison, Watts and Coleman are in the same prison, they know that they're there to get. Oh yeah, they definitely know they're there together, and that's why I'm wondering, unless they're prevented from interacting with each other, I would think they would definitely cling to each other. Like, I've got your back, you've got mine. We are both the filth of society. Nonetheless, I got you, buddy. Just don't let me around, if you have a woman. Don't, because, all bets off. Disgusting. Disgusting. So, as I was saying, I didn't read the book yet because when I ended up reading Blood and Marriage anyway, like the second time within the chat, there were things like I don't even remember that newlywed game. I might have missed that chapter. So I'm like, I'm just gonna just dive into it with the group. Which says Green Eye Bandit. Holy cow, Edmund Kemper and Charles Manson were I didn't know that. They were in the same prison and they both knew that they were there in the same facility. So I didn't know Kemper and Manson were in the same facility. I wonder, Green Eyed, if they interacted. That's another cool thing about Kathleen, the author of Blood and Marriage. The other book when we took this poll was Family Matters, and that is the book Kathleen wrote about her interactions with, oh my God, the Manson. What the hell's her name? Susan Watkins, who was one of Charlie's family, even though Charlie couldn't stand her. Kathleen said that out of all the awful, horrible people she has met in her life, there was something that Susan said to Kathleen that she said, first of all, no one would know it. I don't know how this woman even knew it, but it scared me to my core. And I never went back to the jail because she was going to write the book. So she had the privileges to sit and interview this girl. That was the jail where she told us when she was in line in the cafeteria, she met Betty Broderick. Kathleen has led a very fun, colorful life. But yeah, so whatever Susan told her, and it's something very eerie. I don't want to even talk about it, but she didn't go back. Like, that was it. She was done for. It shook her to the core. But Kathleen also started to write to Charlie, knowing Charlie could not stand Susan, hated him. And like Susan wanted to claim all that fame of the Manson family. And the funny thing about Manson is Kathleen did write to him asking if he had ever slept with Susan Watkins. And in his response email or letter, because they did correspond quite frequently, was, I don't fuck old ladies, which I do love. I don't fuck old ladies. Charlie's got some standards. He knew she was a piece of dirt, which drove her crazy, I'm sure, because she wanted more than anything to have his, acceptance. Oh, let me see here. I'm sorry. Let me catch up here. Willie Stiles. Miss Rose, who do you find more despicable and heartless? Tara, the mistress, or Chris's parents, both equally heartless? I find Willie. Chris's parents, for whatever reason, you can't, you dislike them. It's a whole other issue when it's the actual mistress themselves, whether it's Nicole, Nick and Kay, or Tara. They're vile creatures who know this man is not only married, he's married with children. I'm wrecking everything. And then B, are you involved in the planning of this whole situation that's going to go on, right? So, you have to just wonder whether it is NK or Tara, how much they did or didn't know about the murders. Either way, they're disgusting. And women going after married men, home wreckers, despicable. Yeah, that's the thing, really, too. And I think that's what makes Tara so vile. It was like she enjoyed knowing she was screwing her ex-friend or old friend's husband. Like, she enjoyed stabbing poor Sheri Coleman, sorry, really enjoyed it. Like, that's what makes you really hate this mistress. Hate, because she's despicable. Oh, green-eyed bandit. Yeah, poor Betty, though. Betty got pushed to the limit. That she did. She got pushed to the limit, and her cheese totally slid off cracker. People snap, and you're 100%. That's I have never watched Snap, but I did watch Betty Broderick, and it was fantastic. Amanda and Christian Slater was phenomenal in it. And Kathleen said, because when she met Betty Broderick in that jail that day, they struck up an interaction, friendship, and she wrote on Betty Broderick. She did a nice piece on her. She didn't do a full book. Betty got mad at her over something. I can't remember now. It'll come to me. So then that kind of ended. But she did. She struck up whatever friendship type thing, and was the piece on her it is very, very good. But it kind of ended abruptly, and I forget what it was over. Oh, the things you say, Rose. That's why we love you, Rose. Thank you, coolest. I love you too. But you have to, really, these people are disgusting. They're all disgusting. None of them, these mistresses should never, ever be happy another day in their life, let alone if they're being protected and living their best life. Really makes you want to throw right up. We know we're CW. I don't want to say the names, or I don't want the Google bots will be watching us. CW or Coleman, we know where they are, and unfortunately, in Coleman's case, well, kind of just like Chris too, the death penalty was being eradicated, so that was taken into consideration, and that's how Coleman ended up with the 3 life prison terms without the possibility of parole because of that, which was interesting. No, not at all, honey. No. I have not been here since I did that interview with Kathleen in September, so I wanted to just catch up with y'all before I started to read, because I've missed you guys. I really missed you guys. Because I could talk all night to you and your guests. I know what you're not deterring. No, you're not deterring at all. But no, because everything kind of intertwines. Like, there's that whole 6 degrees of separation. I never realized that until I became friends with Kathleen Houston. She is the woman of 6 degrees of separation, from Natalie Wood to Charles Manson to Aaron Spelling. Like, it's amazing. So no, I love these talks. Let me grab the book here, because I actually, the Kindle. So it's called One Last Christmas. It's by Michael Cuneo. The Kindle for it was a ridiculous amount of money, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. I got it on paperback for $4. So I'm actually like, we're old schooling it. I'm paperback reading it. And it's the true story of a minister's bodyguard, his beautiful mistress, and a brutal triple homicide. Michael Cuneo. It says his wife and 2 sons were found dead, and he was found guilty of murder, cold-blooded murder. So let's see here. So we'll start with the prologue. There is a prologue to it, and the prologue is dated May 5th, 2009 at 6:43 a.m. Justin Barlow was sound asleep when his cell phone rang. He reached over and grabbed it on the 3rd ring. As one of only 2 full-time detectives with the Columbia, Illinois Police Department, he'd grown accustomed to getting calls at odd hours. It was a neighbor on the other end, a guy named Chris Coleman, who lived catty-corner to Barlow's house in the Columbia Lakes subdivision of town. Coleman said that he was just then crossing the Jefferson Barracks Bridge into Illinois, returning home from an early morning workout at a gym in South St. Louis County. He said that he was concerned about his family. His wife, Sheri, should have been up by then with their two boys, 11-year-old Garrett and 9-year-old Gavin, but no one had answered the phone when he tried phoning her. He asked Barlow if he'd mind going over and checking up on them. Son of a bitch. That's me. I threw that in. Barlow said, sure, no problem. He'd go right over. He could certainly appreciate why the guy might feel concerned. Chris Coleman was head of security for the world-famous Joyce Meyers Ministries, and in recent months, he'd received some disturbing messages in connection with his job. Poor guy. Oh, awful. The bodyguard needed a bodyguard. There was a series of emails that were sent to his company on a laptop on November 14th and 15th, and then there were 2 typewritten letters that he retrieved from the mailbox at the front of his driveway, the first of them January 2nd and the second April 27th. All of the messages threatened terrible harm to Coleman and his family unless he stopped working for Joyce Meyers and publicly renounced her ministry. Coleman reported the messages to the police, who in turn provided increased patrols in the neighborhood. After the second typewritten letter was retrieved from the mailbox, Detective Barlow had taken it a step further. With the help of a colleague from the Illinois State Police, he'd install a video surveillance camera in the window of his 3-year-old son's second-floor bedroom. The camera was trained directly on the Coleman house, which meant that anyone leaving an untoward letter in the mailbox was certain to be videotaped. Barlow slipped out of bed that morning, got dressed, taking care not to awaken his wife and 2 sons. He put on his cargo pants, a jacket, his off-duty gun and holster, and his signature Chicago Bears cap. Then he grabbed a portable police radio and contacted the station. He informed the dispatcher where he was going and requested uniformed backup. He went outside and crossed over to the Coleman residence, which was a white 2-story affair located at the end of a winding street called Robert Drive. With its black shutters, brown shingle roof, and attached 2-car garage, it looked scarcely different from most other houses in the subdivision. Barlow went to the front door and rang the bell. He waited several seconds and rang again, but no answer. It was a bright, sunny morning, and he could see light filtering into the living room through the shaded window. He looked down the street and saw a squad car approaching. Barlow was surprised that Chris Coleman still hadn't arrived. When Coleman had called, he'd said that he was crossing the Jefferson Barracks Bridge, which was no more than a 7-minute drive away. Sergeant Jason Donjon was sitting in the patrol room checking his email when the dispatcher called to him from the dispatch center at the front of the Columbia Police Station. Hey, Jason, he said, come on up here. Donjon shut down his computer and went up front, where the dispatcher filled him in on the relevant details. Chris Coleman, the same guy who'd reported receiving those threatening messages, phoned Detective Barlow just moments before. Coleman told Barlow that he was on his way home from the gym in South St. Louis County and was worried about his family since he hadn't been able to get them on the cell phone. Detective Barlow had then contacted the station and requested uniform backup, saying he was going over to the Coleman residence on Robert Drive to check on the family's welfare. Donjon went out the rear door of the station and got into a squad car. He turned right onto Main Street and drove on over to the Columbia Lake subdivision. He made a left onto Robert Drive and parked at the curb outside the Coleman residence. It was now 6:53, 10 minutes since Chris Coleman had phoned Justin Barlow. No answer, Donjon asked, joining Barlow on the front porch. I rang twice, Barlow said. Maybe they're in the shower. Donjon left Barlow on the porch and went to the rear of the house. A basement window was open, its screen leaning against a lawn chair. The grass in the backyard was lush and dewy. There was no indication of anyone other than Donjon himself having walked across it that morning. No footprints, no telltale depressions. Still, the open window was a concern. Perhaps an intruder had somehow managed to get through it without leaving a trail on the lawn. Donjon radioed Barlow, who hurried around to the back of the house. Barlow looked at the open window, and then he and Donjon exchanged glances. Both men stood there wordlessly for the briefest of seconds. Barlow was the older of the two by several years, a strikingly handsome guy in his early 30s with blue eyes and dark hair. Don John was soft-spoken and earnest, with a sweet smile and athletic build. Barlow shined a flashlight through the window. The basement floor seemed clean and dry. There was no broken glass, no grass clippings, no residue of any kind. Don John radioed dispatch for backup. They took their department-issue Glock 40 caliber pistols from their holsters and climbed through the window. Barlow's tennis shoes made a squeaking sound on the floor. Don John called out, "Columbia PD." Nobody answered. He called out several more times. The house was quiet. Don John and Barlow searched quickly through the basement, making sure that it was clear. Barlow led the way up the stairs to the main floor. Upon reaching the doorway leading into the kitchen, he was hit with the pungent smell of fresh paint. Then he took a step inside and paused for a count of 3. Don John could tell that something was terribly wrong from the way Barlow was breathing during this short pause. It was the sort of tactical breathing that they were taught in the police academy. Inhale through the nose and then exhale deeply through the mouth as a way of calming the heart rate during situations of intense stress. Don John stepped into the kitchen and immediately understood why Barlow had deployed the tactile breathing. On the wall next to the doorway, there were a dozen framed photographs of the Coleman family, most of them featuring young Garrett and Gavin in smiling poses. Somebody had scrawled a message in red spray paint across the wall and in the process smeared paint on some of the photographs. "Fuck you. I am always watching," in red. On the adjoining wall, there was a second message. This one, too, was scrawled in red spray paint. "I saw you leave." Don John followed Barlow into the living room. On the beige-colored wall adjacent the hallway, there was another red spray-painted message. "Fuck you. Bitch. Punished." Then they noticed yet a fourth message on the wall of the stairway leading up to the second floor. "You have paid." Don John was a devout Catholic with a healthy respect for the possibility of both supernatural good and evil. Standing in that house right then, he knew the situation was far worse than he could have ever imagined driving over from the police station. He feared that something terrible happened, that the mother and the 2 boys had been murdered or kidnapped. He feared that he and Barlow had entered the house too late to save them. Standing there right then, he also felt the chill of evil. It filled the air with a stench. It clung to the walls in blood-red obscenities. It was an evil that defied rational explanation. He felt that Satan was in the house, laughing at Barlow and him. Officer Steve Patton had been on duty for almost an hour. He knew that Jason had gone over to the Coleman residence in Columbia Lakes to assist Justin on a basic welfare check. Now, since not much else was happening, he decided that he'd also go over and see if anything was okay. Everything was okay. "Okay, Willie." Willie says, "I got to head to bed, Miss Rose." "Okay, honey. Yeah, definitely listen to the playback. I'm so happy you were able to be here, though. Love to you, honey." Okay. So he, let's see what, I'm sorry. Okay, he left the station, drove the first mile or so at the speed limit. There seemed no cause for alarm, at least not yet. Chances were that Chris Coleman's wife, Sheri, was simply in the shower, which was why Coleman hadn't been able to get through to her. Patton had actually met the couple several months earlier. He'd gone to their house on January 2nd after Coleman had contacted the police about the first threatening letter that he'd retrieved from his mailbox. He found it curious that they had 2 sons named Garrett and Gavin. Patton also had a son named Garrett, and he and his wife had talked about naming their second child Gavin if it turned out to be a boy. Patton was halfway to the Coleman house when he heard Don John over the radio saying something about an open window at the rear of the house. He hit his emergency lights and hammered it the rest of the way. An open window definitely put a different complexion on this whole situation. He arrived just as Chris Coleman was pulling into the driveway in his Ford explorer. He radioed dispatch saying 5-0 on scene. The time was now 6:56. 13 minutes had elapsed since Coleman had telephoned Justin Barlow. Coleman opened the garage door with the automatic opener on his visor. He then stepped out into the driveway and started to walk toward the interior garage door that led into the kitchen. Patton ran over and intercepted him. "Don't go inside the house, Chris," he said. "Police officer are inside. Stay out here with me." "What's going on?" Coleman asked. He sounded nonplussed. Justin Barlow and Jason Donjon were standing at the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor when they heard the garage door opening. Barlow raced through the kitchen and stuck his head out the door. "Stay there," he shouted to Coleman. "Stay there." Coleman nodded. "Okay." Barlow gave Patton an urgent look. "We need you inside, Steve," he said. Patton started towards the door. Just before going inside, he turned and made eye contact with Chris Coleman. "Stay right here in the driveway," he told him. Coleman nodded. Steve Patton was a big, handsome guy with brown hair and blue eyes. He was also a sharp-witted, brave, precisely the sort of guy you'd want in your corner in a tough situation. Going inside that house, however, proved almost more than he could bear. He saw the lurid spray-painted messages on the kitchen wall, with some of the paint oversprayed onto the photographs of young Garrett and Gavin. He walked from the kitchen through the small dining room and saw the spray-painted messages in the living room, and then he saw the message on the stairway wall. Patton had never been more frightened in his entire life. He thought that the family might have been kidnapped or more likely murdered. He thought that the killer or killers might still be in the house. The three men made a quick search of the main floor. They checked behind the living room furniture and looked into a closet and a bathroom. Then they started up the stairs towards the second floor. They went up single file with their handguns drawn, walking past the spray-painted messages that read, "You have paid." Jason Donjon led the way, followed by Justin Barlow and then Steve Patton. Patton felt fear in the pit of his stomach. He knew that ascending the stairs placed them in a highly vulnerable position. Somebody could stick his head around the corner and easily blow all three of them away with a shotgun. They had shotguns themselves in the trunks of their squad cars, which really didn't matter at this point. They didn't have time to go out to their squad cars. They reached the top of the stairs, which gave way to a small hallway. 11-year-old Garrett's room was almost directly across from them, and through the open doorway, they could see Garrett curled up in bed with red spray paint on his blanket. The three men split up now, each taking responsibility for a separate room. Justin Barlow went into Garrett's room. The boy was lying on his left side, the blanket covering his lower body. His lips were bluish in color, his skin a ghastly gray. There were ligature marks on his neck, which suggested that he had been strangled. Barlow leaned over and touched the neck with his fingertips. It was cold and stiff. Rather than spelling out a message, the paint on his blanket was merely a blotch. Barlow wasn't certain what to make of this. Had the perpetrator run out of spray paint, or had he simply exhausted his fund of obscenities? Barlow looked into the closet and beneath the bed. Then he got down on one knee and called for an ambulance. Steve Patton went along the banister at the top of the staircase and into 9-year-old Gavin's room. The first thing that he saw was a message in red spray paint. It was scrawled on the sheets with overspray on the wooden bed frame that read, "Fuck you." Gavin was sprawled face down on the bed, lying absolutely still. His right bare foot poked out from underneath the tangled sheets. The sheets came up to his upper back. His arms and shoulders were uncovered, and there were ligature marks on his neck too. He was wearing Spider-Man pajamas. A baseball glove lay on the floor beneath the window. Patton went up to him and touched his arm. "Hey, buddy," he said. He gently shook the boy's shoulder. "Hey, buddy," he said again. Gavin's arm and shoulder were cold to the touch. His skin was purplish, especially around the eye sockets, And the lips. There were broken blood vessels behind his left ear. "Hey, buddy," Patton repeated, though he knew it was no use. Jason Donjon went to the master bedroom down the hallway and saw Sheri Coleman, the mom, lying face down on a circular bed. She was completely naked, her hair draped over her face. She seemed tiny, scarcely bigger than a child. Donjon passed at the doorway and called out, "Columbia Police Department." There was no response from Sheri, nor the slightest movement. Donjon went into the room, gun still drawn, and checked inside the bathroom and the walk-in closet. Then he holstered his gun and walked over to the bed. He tried to pull Sheri's hair away from her face in order to see her eyes, but the hair was a tangled mess. So instead, he put the palm of his hand under her shoulder and tried to lift her up. When he did so, her arms and neck and head, everything, moved as if locked into place. It was then that Donjon noticed that the front part of Sheri's body, which had been lying upon the bed, was a purplish red. The skin on the rest of her body seemed slightly jaundiced, but otherwise normal. Time stood still for Donjon. He felt a sense of calm that defied the awful horror of the moment. He felt that God was somehow present in helping him make sense of what he was observing. He knew from his training that the rigidity of the body meant that rigor mortis had already set in, and that the purplish red discoloration of the skin on the front part of Sheri's body indicated livor mortis, which was a pooling or settling of the blood. He put 2 fingers on her neck. There was no pulse, and the skin felt thick and tough. It reminded Donjon of the dinosaur exhibit at the St. Louis Center. It seemed clear to him that Sheri had been dead for quite some time. Donjon then heard Steve Patton calling out, "The boy in here's dead," Patton said. "The mom's dead too," Donjon replied. The 3 men met in the hallway. There was panic, fear, and disbelief in their voices. "Oh my God," they kept saying. "Oh my God, oh my God." "Oh, hi, Montana. Okay, honey, thank you for stopping in. Much love." Well, let me check here. I'm sorry. Let me just check before we get on. That was just a prologue, guys. Woo! Oh, that was just a mistake, green-eyed. That's just a mistake. Downtown, it happens. You'll be fine. You're all good, honey. That was just the prologue, and I'm already an emotional wreck. Ugh. Oh, this is awful. Already. I'm like sick. And we just started, and I'm just like gonna start part 1 now. The prologue did me in. Let me just grab some ginger ale here. I should have put something else in this damn drink. Everybody okay? Should have said trigger warning. A little bit late now. I know, green-eyed, beyond disturbing. This poor family. For what? Exactly, for what? A piece of ass and money? Who kills their family? Their children. They were killed hours before Dad called the cops. That's really when I just read that part about the rigor and the wife. Like, you son of a bitch. You killed them most likely last night and stayed in that house, and then in the morning played normal and went to the gym. Like, that. I'm happy I hadn't read it yet, but that's, to me, yeah, he had to have killed them before bed. What you drinking, Rosie? Probably whiskey. Coolest I should have. No, diet ginger ale. But God above, the thought of not only what he did to his family, but then you're gonna. What? I hope you got. Did you get a good night's sleep? Like, did you get a good night's sleep? What? Everybody's dead upstairs. You SOB. The house is spray painted red, spray painted obscenities all over it. But you wait still in the house to go to the gym at, whatever time, 5, whatever the time was in the morning. So this guy is one sick fucker. Jesus Christ. I did not know. I'm so happy I did not know this case and this whole rigor thing, because man, I don't know. That would have set me back a bit. All right. My mouth is dry, especially from, the cops before I read the book, I was saying how if Chris Watts is Lucifer's son, but this guy is Lucifer. And then when I just read and that cop said he felt like the devil was in the house laughing at them, like that freaked me out a bit. Oh, you're not disturbing. What are you talking about, Green Eye? We love you. Yeah, people are just so weird in this world. Like I don't know. Like in your mind, we could think about horrible things, but the details, like the details that this man put into the premeditated details, are just unfathomable to me. Oh yeah, just a little FYI, as I was researching, the night before they have him on video playing football in his yard with the boys, just like Chris Watts the day before took the girls to that party. Yeah, well, the night before, there's Chris Coleman in his front yard playing football with his two boys. Like, what in your mind? What's going on? What's happening inside there? Like, are you really that horny that all you're thinking about is like, I got to get rid of this crew here, to set up shop with my new one? But that's because we're rational people that these things go through our mind, whereas I don't think. Yeah, he was definitely spray paint and copycatter. And the one son, like I said, as we get into it, I don't know if they even say which son it is, but in the trial they do, he spray painted one of the sons just like the face red. So he's a filthy animal. He deserves the Jeffrey Dahmer exit from this world. No one sees anything, and sodomy is not out of the question. This man deserves anything horrible that would come his way. Ugh. Okay, chapter 1. Angelo DeSico and Don Weiss started dating in high school. Angela was a sophomore and Don a senior. She was pretty and petite. He was lean, handsome, and quietly reflective. They lived in Illinois, which was located just west of Chicago. In Berwyn, Illinois, which was located just west of Chicago. It was a nice suburban community with busy shopping districts and neighborhoods of old brick bungalows. Angela was the youngest of 8 children. Her family was of Italian origin, one from Naples, the other from Calabria. Her father, Dominic, grew up in Chicago during the Prohibition era. As a young man, he ran with a tough crowd, repeatedly had connections with organized crime. Upon meeting Angela's mom, Josephine, he learned that her father had been abusing her. Dominic threatened the guy, saying he'd kill him if he ever touched her again. The threat apparently proved effective. When Dominic proposed to Josephine, she said that she'd marry him only if he stopped hanging out with gangsters and got a steady job. Hey, what's wrong with gangsters? We got a maniac family annihilator that is a security guard for evangelical ministries, top-notch queen Joyce Meyers. Leave gangsters out of this. When Dominic proposed, so he promised her he'd go straight. He made good on his promise. Shortly after getting married, he found a job as a printer for the Physicians Record Company in Berwyn, where he ended up working for 50 years. Don was the youngest of 3 boys. His paternal grandfather was Jewish-German, and his mom, the Rutherfords, hailed from northern Arkansas. His father, Maurice, was a blue-collar guy. He worked hard for the same trucking company in Chicago for more than 25 years. His mom, Dortha, was a sweet and wholesome woman. Angela got pregnant before the school year was finished. Don graduated and landed a union job. Angela gave birth to a baby boy on February 11, 1975, when she was still just 17. She and Don named him Mario. They didn't want Mario to be an only child. Angela got pregnant again. This time they had a girl whom they named Sheri. She was born on July 3rd, 1977. The family bounced around over the next several years, switching apartments annually. They finally settled into a nice place in Cicero, an old town located only 7 miles west of the Chicago Loop. Mario and Sheri loved it there. They had Mexican friends, Italian friends, and Polish friends. They'd play stickball in the street and spent hours exploring the network of alleyways in their neighborhood. Though scarcely older than a kid herself, Angela adapted well to motherhood. She'd read to Mario and Sheri, take them on outings, and involve them with projects at home. She enrolled them at Woodrow Wilson Elementary School in Cicero, where she soon became a familiar face. She created a PTA chapter at the school and started weekend fundraisers in the gymnasium. She organized the student vote, whereby the schools for sports teams became known as the Wilson Dragons. Angela also made certain that the kids didn't have much idle time on their hands. She signed them up for floor hockey and other sports. She put Sheri in Girl Scouts and Mario in Boy Scouts. She encouraged them to join the school band and saw to it that they put in it the requisite hours of practice. Mario played the trumpet and Sheri the drums. The two children mostly got along together, though they were dissimilar in temperament. Mario was smart and articulate with a brooding quality about him. He seemed like a kid with things on his mind. Sheri was also preternaturally upbeat. She was a crowd pleaser, the life of the party. She was the sort of kid who seemed genuinely happy only when everybody around her was also happy. There's an old family photograph of Mario and Sheri in which they're standing side by side in a doorway and wearing Chicago White Sox t-shirts. He's about 9 and she's about 7. They both have dark hair and they're as skinny as waifs. Mario is smiling, but the smile seems somehow cautious and tentative. Sheri's gap-toothed smile is as bright as a summer morning. As the older brother, Mario was always protective of Sheri. Occasionally, he was protective to a fault. One day, Sheri ran home and told him that a neighborhood boy had made her cry. Mario went looking for the kid, marched him into an alleyway, and beat the dickens out of him. Years later, he finally got around to asking Sheri what the kid had done to make her cry. She said that he'd kissed her. That's cute. That's cute. She kissed her. Don Weiss left the paint warehouse after Sheri was born and tried his hand at various technical jobs. He worked as a typewriter man for IBM in Chicago for several years, in a similar capacity for a smaller company for several more years. He then took a job at a Chicago branch office of a data communications hardware company based out of Largo, Florida. He eventually accepted an offer to work for the company in Florida, which meant uprooting the entire family. They moved to Largo on New Year's Day, 1978. Mario was 12, Sheri 10. It was a new and different world for them. Located in the Tampa Bay area, Largo was a prototypical bedroom community with none of the urban charm to which they'd grown accustomed to in Cicero. The neighborhood where they now lived didn't even have sidewalks. Oh, that had to be hard for them. Hi, Rule 62. Thank you for being here, hon. I'm happy you're here. All right. So the transition was difficult. Okay. It got a bit easier for Mario once he started high school. He and a classmate became good buddies, and the two of them would go bike riding all over town. One day they rode to a restaurant where Mario was hopeful of landing a job. He lied about his age, and the guy who ran the place hired him on the spot as a busboy. It proved the first of many jobs that Mario would have as a teenager. Sheri adapted without much fuss to the new life in Florida. She was more sociable than her older brother and so vivacious that other kids sought out to be her friend. She positively flourished throughout her mid to late teens. She was a cheerleader for the Largo High School Packers football team. She played shortstop and second base for the school's varsity softball team. She threw right and batted left and was perhaps the team's fastest player. She thought that she might want to become a model, and her mom and dad paid for her to attend La Barbizon School of Modeling in Tampa. She was certainly no less attractive than any of the other girls in the school, but her tiny stature proved an obstacle that even her zest and resolve couldn't overcome. She stood barely 5 feet tall. Sheri was a huge fan of the Chicago Bulls basketball team and absolutely adored the team superstar Michael Jordan. Her closet was full of Chicago Bulls jerseys, most of them bearing Jordan's signature number 23. In 1994, Jordan decided that he'd also give baseball a shot. He signed with the minor league Birmingham Barons, who were holding spring training in Sarasota, Florida. Sheri made the 3-hour drive to Sarasota for a preseason game, hopeful of meeting her hero in person. Prior to the game, she purchased a bouquet of flowers and asked a clubhouse attendant to give them to Jordan. The attendant must have pointed her out to him, because afterward, Jordan stopped his Corvette at the gate where she was standing and rolled down his window. "Thank you for the flowers," he said. Sheri melted. She had lots of friends, most of whom she'd met at school. Her best friend was Tara Lintz, a beautiful young woman with thick brown hair and an infectious laugh. Tara was in the drama club with Sheri. Some people thought that she showed real promise as an actress. Tara had moved to Florida from Palisades Park when she was 4 or 5 years old. Sheri thought the world of her, but Mario and Angela were less sure about her. She struck them as aloof and superficial and obsessed with material success. She also struck them as being very jealous of Sheri and her more stable family situation. They wondered if she was somebody whom Sheri could really trust. Wow. Okay. Sheri got a job at a Thai restaurant on Clearwater Beach during the summer between her junior and senior year of high school. When she wasn't working, she'd hang out on the beach with Tara and check out the guys. Apart from maybe catching a Chicago Bulls game on television, there was nothing that she enjoyed doing more. Mario graduated high school by the time, and he was driving a 92 Camaro RS with a T-top. He got so tired of Sheri borrowing it that he bought her a car of her own, a 1982 Chrysler K, for $850. Sheri was 17 now, and she'd blossomed into a real beauty. She was petite and athletic, with lustrous dark hair and fine features. She radiated joy and confidence. Ever the protective older brother, Mario would half-jokingly warn his buddies against trying to make time with her. "You touch her and I'll crack your head open," he'd say. During her senior year at high school, Sheri's happiness was put to a severe test. Her parents' marriage was falling apart. The family home, once a place of peace and stability, was now fraught with bitterness and animosity. Don and Angela, once so happy together, were now at loggerheads. They argued constantly and bitterly. It seemed only a matter of time before the marriage disintegrated completely. Mario and Sheri blamed their dad. It was he who wanted out of the marriage. It was he who was responsible for making all of their lives miserable. There was a certain truth to this. Don did indeed want out. It wasn't another woman. It wasn't any one thing in particular. After 20 years, he simply thought that his marriage to Angela had run its course. Time was passing him by, and he wanted to set his life on a fresh path. Sheri graduated Largo High School in 1995 with a 3.35 GPA, and at roughly the same time, Don and Angela formally separated. Don moved out of the house and got his own apartment, and divorce proceedings were set in motion. The actual divorce wouldn't be finalized for another year and a half, but the entire process proved grueling for everyone. Mario and Sheri thought that their dad had betrayed them. They thought that he'd also betrayed their mom, who dedicated her life to the marriage and the family. They weren't certain that they could ever forgive him. Sheri worked as a waitress for a year or so after graduating high school. Then, out of the blue, she announced that she decided to join the Air Force. She said that she was looking for adventure and that she also wanted to escape the turmoil at home. She seemed to think that the Air Force might just be the ticket for her. Mario tried to talk her out of it. He seriously doubted that his little sister was cut out for the highly regimented life of the military. He knew that he himself surely wasn't. Sheri wasn't about to be dissuaded, however, and in September of 1996, she went to Lackland Air Force Base on the outskirts of San Antonio. Her mom and Mario visited her there in November of the same year and saw her graduate from basic training. Her dad tried to visit her also, but she refused to see him. Don realized that this marked decided deterioration in their relationship. The communication lines between them were now shut down almost completely. After basic training, Sheri was stationed at the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia. There she was assigned to the military police's K-9 unit, which meant that she was responsible for handling military working dogs. She functioned essentially as a police officer at Quantico, patrolling the vast base with her German Shepherd. She seemed to enjoy the job, and in February of 1997, she fell in love with a young Marine who was also assigned to the K-9 unit. The young Marine was Chris Coleman, a strapping 20-year-old who joined the Corps practically right out of high school. In early September 1997, upon discovering that Sheri had gotten pregnant, the couple decided that they'd leave Quantico and start a new life together elsewhere. Elsewhere was Randolph County in southwestern Illinois, which is where Chris's family lived. Wow, that's the end of chapter 1, but that happened quick for them. So they met. When did they meet? Again, what year was that? Okay, so 96, Air Force meets him in 97. They fall in love. February, they fall in love when she meets him, and by September, she's pregnant. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Yes, 7 months later, you're pregnant with this guy that really you don't know. Hi, cowboy. Let me see here. Let me go back and look. Hi, Pink. I just don't check my... Okay, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. The reason why certain killers get shifted around and are protected is because it's a lot... sure, it's money. Love you too, Pink. Thank you so much. Howdy, partner. You're working. Thank you for coming by, though. Paul Nichols. Hi, Paula. The coolest says that's what marriages do. It's not like they're permanent, but then you do what normal people do. You divorce, right? Like Jesus. Oh, you graduated, Cowboy graduated high school and combat medic school in San Antonio. You love that town. Oh, that's cool. February is the month for love. Oh, God, sure. Meet in February, right? Meet in February, fall in love immediately, almost immediately. And by September, oops, we're pregnant. And, well, okay, we're going to leave here and we're going to go and live where my family's from. So, everything happened quickly and pretty much on his terms. This is what we're going to do. We're leaving here. We're stopping what we're doing and we're going to go and live in southwestern Illinois where my family's at. So that's a lot. That's a lot. But obviously she was probably head over heels for this ass. God. I do like on, how a mom has like a gut, we say like with like mothers, we have that gut instinct. I liked how in this chapter, not only the mother, but the brother also couldn't put their finger on it, what they didn't like about this best friend, Tara, other than they thought she was like jealous of Sheri. Go. Mom knows best. The gut instinct proved to be beyond right. I know, relationships at the beginning, everything's great. You're screwing all the time. You barely have barely in the house. It's not normal. It's wonderful, but that does go away. Yeah, that does go away. And let's be honest, they met in February. She's pregnant in September. They don't know each other. You're still putting on your best behavior at that point. Come on. There's no way. There is no way they really knew each other. enough that, like, not only, hey, it does happen for some people and they end up together for the rest of their lives and they're soulmates. And then there's this kind of stuff. So it's, I don't know. Love is a battlefield. It's right, Pat Benatar. Quoting from Pat Benatar, it's a battlefield. Take another drink before I hit chapter 2. I already can't stand Tara. I hate her already, but I mean, just the fact that the mother and brother both had a gut instinct that there was something about her indicating some type of jealousy towards Sheri. That says so much. Thank you, Green. I have all respect for Rose. I think the reading is beautiful. I think the message and the learning of this for any young people that are out there is to get to know your parents before your kids. Yes, please, 100%. We've all done it. We have all put on our very best behavior if we're into somebody new and we're like, oh my God, I hope this goes somewhere. And like, yes, I love football. Of course, I'm going to watch the games with you all day on Sunday and then kill myself the next day. But yes, I love you. Yes, I'll go to the football game in December with you. I love football. No, I don't. But when you're together 4 or 5 months, I love football. 3 years later, be like, oh my God, get that effing game off that effing TV right now. It all changes. It all changes. Best behavior. It's just human nature to show your very best at the beginning. That's just, you're not going to show your very worst, or you're not going to say, no, I hate baseball. I hate football. I hate it. I hate all of that. No, you're going to like it. Cowboy car. It applies to new jobs. Yeah. Oh yeah. The first day you show up just fucked up. Then that's all they expect. Or you show up like revving to go, like I am in it to win it here. I love this company. I love my co-workers. 3 months down the line, you're like, I hate that one. Oh my God, I can't stand this effing place. Yeah, it could happen. It's hit or miss in anything, whether it's love, a job, anything in life. At the beginning, it's all sunshine and roses. It's really, we're all just blowing smoke up each other's coolies. But let's just say this. The majority of the world, let's hope, has good intentions. And if you don't end up liking the person, you're going to end it. Whereas we have these outliers, these insane maniacs who decide to just wipe out their families in order to then fulfill their next new horny, conquest. Disgusting. Mark, stop taking the covers. Yeah. Or oh my God, like you don't want to scream like real. You do want to scream and you want to hold their nose and be like, you are effing snoring so loud that I can't believe I'm even here in this bed with you. But instead you'll just roll over, maybe nudge. Whereas 3 years later, you're kicking them, or you're like, I have my own room. I have my own bed. All right. We can't sleep together anymore because you are disgusting with your snoring. Best behavior. You're snoring? Oh my God. I don't know. I passed out. I didn't even hear you. You don't snore. Come on. First night sleeping together. Yeah. 3 years later, like, oh my God. We can't, I mean, we have separate bedrooms. Yeah, we don't sleep together. Yeah, we get together to fornicate. That's it. Good night. I'll be in my chambers. You'll be in yours. All right, guys. Let's see what chapter 2 has in store for us. Hey, Kevin. Good to see you. Yeah, put the toilet seat down. It's all the little things. Put the toilet seat. I hate you. You never put that toilet seat down. Oh, and you, those tampon wrappers, you never make them into the garbage. Well, then why don't you put them in the garbage? Well, then why don't you put the toilet seat down and stop stop busting my ass about it. It's everybody. We've all had those things. It's reality. It's normal life. We don't decide, I hate this person so much that I'm going to have to wipe you out. And also the children we bore together. They've got to go. They got to go. Everybody's got to go. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, stop. Would you stop drinking milk from the goddamn jug and get a glass, you gorilla? You effing gorilla. Stop it. I'm going to put a lock on the fridge. Thank you, Green Eye. Yes, thumbs up. Yes. Share. Yeah, you effing gorilla. If you even go near that fridge, I'm gonna have an alarm set because you're an animal. You're a filthy animal. Okay, chapter 2. Percy is a dreary little town strung out along Route 150 in southwestern Illinois. It's located on the eastern edge of Randolph County, which is hard scrabble farming and coal mining country. The town was once a going concern when coal mining in the region was at its peak. Now, however, it's in a state of prolonged decline. Quite a few of its businesses are shut down, others are hanging by a thread. Where once there were 4 grocery stores, now there's 1. The population has hovered around the 1,000 mark for decades now. Chris Coleman's family had deep roots in Percy. His paternal great-grandparents were Griff and Pearl Coleman. Griff was a coal miner, and he also grew beans and corns on a small farm just outside of town. His paternal grandparents, Jean and Doris, were 2 of the town's most prominent citizens. Jean worked as a strip mine pit boss before running successfully for town mayor. No one was surprised when he was reelected for a second term, mostly because Jean was the kind of mayor who got things done. He'd personally see to it that water leaks and potholes were repaired. He and Doris had a swimming pool in their backyard, which was the only pool in town. On hot summer days, they'd make it available to anybody wanting to use it. The only provision was that kids required adult supervision. Jean resigned as mayor in the mid-70s, and he and Doris went to Nicaragua for a spell. Jean worked in heavy construction while there, and Doris did volunteer work at several hospitals and schools. Chris Coleman's father, Ron, was the 3rd of Jean and Doris's 6 children. Ron went to Trico Senior High School, which was a consolidated 3-county school located just a few miles down the road from Percy. His Aunt Linda was a teacher there at the time. Ron ran cross country on the varsity team, and he was an accomplished swimmer. During his senior year, Ron began to date a pretty girl named Connie Tope, who was several years younger than he was. Connie lived in the nearby town of Ava, where her parents ran a restaurant. Old-timers remember it as a friendly place with hearty food. Connie and her siblings would help out after school and on weekends, serving tables and working the register. Ron graduated in 1968 as part of his senior class that numbered almost 200. He put in a year at Southern Illinois in Carbondale, making the hour-long commute several times weekly from his home in Percy. He then decided that higher education wasn't exactly his cup of tea and went to work in the mines. Connie graduated in 1972. She and Ron had been dating all along, and eventually they got married and started a family. Chris was born on March 20th, 1977, and 2 more sons, Brad and Keith, followed over the next several years. Ron toiled in the mines for roughly a decade and seemed naturally suited to the work. As the years passed, however, his thoughts inclined more and more toward religion. He and Connie became involved with a Methodist church in Belleville, Illinois, which was a good 90-minute drive from their home in Percy. They then began to attend a prayer meeting that would fundamentally alter all of their lives. The prayer meeting had sprung out of the First Baptist Church in Chester, Illinois. Some leading members of the congregation had grown dissatisfied with the worship services at the church, finding them stale, stagnant, and uninspiring. They'd wanted a livelier, more charismatic form of worship, and toward this end, they'd started to meet on their own in the basement of a local physician's home. The physician was Dr. James Craig, who'd served as a U.S. Navy doctor for a couple of years before moving to Chester in 1980. He and his wife Betty lived in a big historic home on the outskirts of Route 50 of Illinois. They were gracious hosts, and the weekly meetings at their home proved highly successful. The meetings featured spontaneity of prayer and speaking in tongues. They featured a heightened, more impassioned spirituality. As word spread, an increasing number of people from the surrounding area started to attend, including Ron and Connie Coleman. The prayer meetings soon outgrew the Craig family basement, and the group cast about a larger space. They settled on the old Nighthawk Tavern, which was located on the ramshackle building, but they did their best to make it resemble more of a house of worship than a drinking establishment. Once they'd finished renovating the place, they opened it up for worship and christened it the Grace Bible Church. Ron Coleman had thought for quite some time now that he might want to give up coal mining and try his hand at preaching instead. Oh boy. The folks at Grace Bible Church gave him his chance in the mid-1980s, installing him as a part-time first. He was hardly the most verbally fluent of men, and his preaching was tentative and dull. He plodded rather than soared. He worked hard at the craft, however, and took inspiration from whoever he could. The person from whom he took the most inspiration from was Joyce Meyers, an up-and-coming preacher based in the St. Louis area. In the mid to late 1980s, Joyce Meyers was just beginning to win a reputation as one of the brightest new stars on the evangelical scene. Ron and Connie would drive up to see her whenever they could, sometimes bringing the three boys with them. They loved her. They loved her blunt, plain-spoken style. They loved the way that she spoke to people on their own terms. If ever there was a preacher worth emulating, they thought it was surely Joyce Meyers. Grace Bible Church flourished in the old Nighthawk Tavern, so much so that the congregation built a brand new building on a piece of property that had previously been home to the Camptown Trailer Park. The building opened for worship in April of 1994, and shortly thereafter, Ron Coleman was offered a promotion from part to full-time pastor. He accepted the offer, which meant that he was able to give up coal mining for good. He was now the leader of his flock. Ron had improved somewhat, but he still wasn't the most dynamic of preachers. The church elder would sometimes encourage him to become more animated in the pulpit. Furthermore, unlike his wife, Ron was not especially warm or vibrant in his personal interactions. Whereas Connie would greet people with a big smile and a hug. "Oh, Holly, thank you so much. That's my first super star. Oh, joining late. That's okay. You're here." Okay, so Ron improved somewhat, church elders. Okay, Connie was greeting people with big smiles and hugs. Ron was stiff and indifferent. He had little patience for small talk, and he was just about the last person to give somebody a hug. Still, there's that little question that Ron possessed a certain quality that seemed to inspire allegiance. He had a way of commanding the loyalty of those who crossed his threshold. People who joined the church would invariably find themselves drawn to him. They'd want to curry his favor. They'd want to please him, even if it meant sacrificing their own best interests. There's also little question that church membership continued to grow under Ron's stewardship. People would drive to the new church from towns throughout Randolph County. They'd drive across the Mississippi River from Missouri. The parking lot would be jammed for Sunday and Wednesday services. The place was booming. Ron and Connie and the boys were living in Chester by now, having moved from Percy several years prior to the new church opening. Their oldest boy, Chris, finished his elementary school education at St. John Lutheran and went on to Chester High. By all accounts, he was a good kid. Everybody seemed to like Chris. Everybody found him to be humble, respectful, and just sweet-natured. Chris didn't cuss or drink or fight. He disliked killing small animals. Well, that's always a plus. And so rarely went hunting with his dad. He played baseball and football and was a favorite among his teammates. He went to church and shouted and sang and spoke in tongues whenever the Holy Spirit so moved him. He very rarely caused his parents trouble. He seemed uninterested in drawing attention to himself. Okay, this is just me. Wow, if that's not a Watts statement right there. He seemed uninterested in drawing attention to himself. It's like listening to Cindy Watts say that about Chris. That's a trait. Hi, Mia. Hi, honey. The speaking in tongues alone, that scares the hell out of me. But that's a trait that these parents are noticing with their sons, both the Watts and the Colemans. But they're seeing it as not a bad thing. Not a bad thing, really. They're not attention seekers. They're not needy, whatever you want to think, however you want to think of it. The point is that it's a trait. It's a trait that these maniacs obviously have. Chris breezed through high school. He performed decently in the classroom and on the athletic fields. He did nothing to raise any eyebrows. A recruiter from the Marines visited his senior class one day, and Chris loved the guy's confidence and sense of bravado. He enlisted almost immediately upon graduating and was stationed at Quantico, Virginia. He was assigned to the K-9 unit and worked on several presidential security details. While at Quantico, he met Sheri Coleman, who was also assigned to the K-9 unit. She was a pretty, petite girl from Chicago via Florida. She had a gorgeous smile and a hearty laugh. When Sheri got pregnant, the young couple decided to leave the military. They decided that they were going to get married and make a life together. Chris was 22 years old and Sheri a year younger. They met in February. By September, they were having a baby together. Oh my goodness. These chapters are flying by. We're going to just keep going. Chapter 3. Hi, me. I missed you too. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Blood and Marriage was great. That was a heavy book. You had to laugh. We had to make sure that we found and listen. We didn't have to look far to find places to laugh. The wedding. Even if they talk about a wedding in this book, nobody's having the fun that we had at that other wedding. I'm sorry, guys. No one is going to make Mima listen to who orgasms first or who initiates sex first. No one's going to embarrass a DJ to not even wanting to ask these questions. No, it's not going to happen. So just don't get excited. Don't get your hopes up. Cowboy, I'm needy. I like hugs. I love hugs. Green-eyed, yeah, Chris, they are very similar, and it's just that just struck me when his mom said that. He didn't like attention drawn to him out of the mouth of Cindy Watts. Right out of the mouth of Cindy Watts, same thing. And it's unfortunately in their cases under the radar for whatever you want to call it, not a good thing. Kevin, that reception. Yes. And for those of you that weren't able to, when I did interview Kathleen, because Kathleen does have the three disc collection of that wedding. No, there was not real food served at that wedding. Let's just make sure that's known. Let's clear that up just in case. That wedding was some finger foods, and not much to drink. So we had a better time in our homes with me reading it, because an Italian wedding without food and drink, I just can't believe that SW's mom, being the proud Italian she is, did not have a big wedding of food and drink. I'm just shocked. I don't know if they thought distracting by playing musical chairs where we're going to knock the bride to the floor because that bitch ain't going to win. I'm going to win. And newlywed and games and humping and bumping and grinding and dancing with your dad was going to deflect from the fact that these people are thirsty and hungry. It doesn't have. We're Italian. We don't know. You're not going to distract us with something shiny or somebody humping and bumping their, daughter in a wedding out. Nope. We still are going to want food and drink. Yeah, gotta do a rep from the South. Well, yeah, a wedding. I mean, just in general, like really, a wedding without food or drink anywhere is a hard. Count me out. Count me out. I'll be away that week. I'm so sorry. I can't make it. The best of luck to you too, lovebirds. Well, Holly, let's remember, Holly. CW hadn't talked to his parents for a while because he was mad about, supposedly how, Jamie Watts didn't send out all the invitations for the shower, blah, blah, blah. But then when he did show up at his parents' doorstep months later, all he wanted was a check for $1,000 so that their wedding could be catered by their favorite steakhouse restaurant, to which Cindy, of course, said, A, no, we don't have $1,000 to give you, and B, you just kicked your sister and her family out of your wedding, so let's talk about that. It was just all a mess. I mean, really, the balls of him. Yeah, so what if I just kicked my sister out and her small children? Poor, God bless Jamie. She freaking, with her own little fingers, made the little baby girl a dress for this goddamn wedding. And then they're kicked out because Jamie can't take a whole week off of work prior to the wedding to go and get their effing nails done together as a bridal party. Kill me now. There is nothing worse than an overly excited, happy bride to be. No, I can't. And I mean, really, her, profession, healthcare. No, you don't just then all of a sudden, I'm going to need a week off 2 and 3 weeks. Cause yeah, my sister wants us to all make sure we, do pre-wedding stuff, like get massages and go and get our hair and nails done all the same way together. No, that's unheard of. But because SW she didn't have the reality of what it was really like to have work and need that job and rely on it and stay responsible to even for 1 second put herself in poor Jamie's shoes. So good for Cindy and Ronnie for not giving Chris that $1,000 check so that they could have their favorite restaurant cater it. So, well, I'm sorry. I am Italian, though. We would cook. My family, we would still have a ton of food. So it was pretty shocking when Kathleen said, no, little bits of finger foods, but really, no. Said they spent the money. The majority of what money they spent on that wedding was for like that outdoor pavilion that like looked like a big white circus tent type thing for whatever reason. So that when you walked in, like it looked like something like out of a movie. But then when you get inside, it's like you're in a horror movie. What? When you have to sit here for 3 hours and do what? Watch them do what and play what games? And I can't even like have a cheap vodka and water. No. God. Yeah, Holly said she probably would have popped. Yeah, really, did they ask her parents? I mean, and this is old school where it's like, oh, the bride's family pays for the wedding. Things are so different now, but I wonder if they had gone to the Yars for any money for the wedding or went to them to say like, oh, Chris's family said no to the $1,000 that we need to provide food for our guests. Oh, and along with that, Kathleen also did say that there was like a lot of tables set up, like as if like a lot of people were going to be there, and like for it going to be 80 people, maybe she said like probably about 35 to 40. So yeah, it was I don't know. I do think people made a statement by not going that were probably not happy with what was happening. So that could have been the reason why more people were maybe expected and less really truly did attend. Yeah, Green. And that is still how kind of like we do it here. And I know in my family, like the husband's family usually, you do the night before rehearsal dinner. And then it's just been a customary tradition is that the parents of the bride help as much as they can with the wedding, whatever they can give. Some families, some parents can pay for it all, all the stops. Others can give what they can, but yeah, it still does. It's the father and mother of the bride to be that you go to discuss that. Not I'm sure SW told him, you're going to go and ask those two people that gave birth, that bore you, to give us money for this wedding. Green-eyed, yeah, I agree with Rose totally. At my wedding, my side of the family provided everything: bridal shower, bachelor party, rehearsal. Wow, yep. And like, that's how, I mean, yeah, it's great if, whether you're the guy or girl, if you have, family members that want to help. Hell yeah, you're not going to say no to it. But I know, and I don't know if it's our area. We're all, I'm not 100% Italian. You don't expect it from anyone else. You not only do you know you're going to do it, you want to do it. And so I was shocked that that Sandy did not cook for it, because we do remember she cooked for. Thank God she cooked for the shower, because of all the cross-contaminated gluten food that Jamie had ordered. Luckily, SW's mom also made a ton of food so that her daughter could eat at that. So the fact that she, there no other arrangements were made at the wedding other than the finger foods, and there were not many of them, and a lot of bottled water. Kathleen's actually like, there was a lot of bottled water going around. So I said, so no cash bar. No cash bar. And there were just 2 wedding cakes. One was a bridal cake and one was a Pittsburgh Steeler cake. So the majority of their money probably went to the cakes, the pavilion outside, which was ridiculous. Kathleen said, and enormous. They had the DJ, and then whatever festivities that Shanann had for that whole week prior, whatever money was spent there. Maybe her mom helped paid for that. Who the hell knows? But her third, by the time they got married, you're on to your third maid of honor. It was, I hope we'll see what kind of red flags show up. We've already hit a couple red flags, but definitely both moms with their sons and under the radar. That's a big one. That's a biggie. Yeah, the DJ, Kevin, don't forget the DJ. Kevin, I'm still trying to find that DJ, because he did not get enough tip for the tips he deserved for what that poor man. He probably retired that night, was probably like, I'm done. I will go and work for the sanitation authority before I ever DJ an effing wedding again. Mima went straight into Alzheimer's. God bless her soul. I would too. And the fact that her parents were smiling and laughing, like, oh my God. My father would be like, you're grounded you're grounded. Oh, you initiate sex? You're grounded. Oh God, good times. We had good times with that book. Holly, my wedding wasn't cheap, but my dress was at $89. We had a buffet. It doesn't matter. You had a buffet and you had food, and that's what you did. It doesn't need to be like, 18 food stations and top-notch open bar. Seriously, your people don't care what, if you have a buffet with sausage and pepper and spaghetti and a salad, even if you go and buy the liquor and have a cheap bar set up and somebody, bartend, you do what you have to do. You're not there for the expense of the food and drink. You're there because you want to eat and drink and have fun. So the whole premise of what a real wedding was total. They totally missed it on that. And yeah, we entered the goddamn Bermuda Triangle of all weddings. I've never, ever in my life, ever in my life, could I have ever thought all that fucking dancing, the musical chairs, the best man throwing basically Shanann to the ground because that bitch ain't gonna win musical chairs. CW ends up winning. Chris in his head is probably like, already winning. Yeah, you won musical chair, you big doofus. And then it's not over yet, gang. It's not over yet. On to bigger and better things. DJ, take it away. And the DJ in his head was probably like, can I quit? Can I quit? I just watched her and her dad dry hump dance. I watched the best man throw the bride to the floor so that she didn't win musical chairs. I've noticed that the grandmother of the groom looks somewhat not with it. It's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. Hi, 71. Hi, honey. Yeah, I like a good old, we're going to go to Vegas. We're going to get married. We're going to come back then and tell everybody because it should be memorable fun. Like, we did it. We did it little Whitechapel style, and we could have a party now at home if we want or not, because the amount of money it's astronomical for what you could put it towards, which, if you do have family that are willing to help with a $25,000, $35,000 wedding, could go to a mortgage or whatever. You know what I mean? Luckily things have changed a lot. Not for everybody. You still do see the extravagant, but some people do the destination weddings, knowing that a lot of people aren't going to go. It's still, though, you're putting the invite out. I just like the Vegas, probably because I also just love Vegas too, and I don't like a whole fuss kind of thing. I do like just like, let's do this and then let's come back and tell everybody. So it's hey, listen, it would be all right if Elvis married me. It'd be cool. Oh my God, who wore black on their wedding? I love them already. Did I miss that? That's freaking great. Whoever wore black is fantastic. I'm good, 71. How you doing, honey? I'm happy you're here. Weddings and diamond rings. I know. And think, especially like the 80s and 90s, like it was all about just like the most expensive weddings and the huge diamonds and just the obnoxiousness of it all. Oh God. By the time you get to the wedding, like the bridal party has put in so much money, helping pay for a shower, the gowns, buying the bride a gift. Then you're going to take her out on a bachelorette party. You're going to hire that stupid effing limousine so that you could all drive around and hold each other's hair back when you're all throwing up and crying at the end of the night. God, so many of those weddings. I love my friends, but I wore oh my God, you wore a black ballerina style dress. You got me. Oh my God. And you did. Oh, you have to send me. I also would do like a New York City Hall Justice of the Peace kind of thing. I do love that idea too. I find that to be very romantic. I love that. I love that you were, you will email me that. You have to, Mia. That sounds lovely. It's like in 71. It's like it is like an overly priced prom. That's exactly what it is. And unless really you're going to like a 5-star hotel and top notch, you're going to get, the rubbery piece of chicken and, the lower, level liquor. It's just, to me, it's so many other ways that I would prefer to spend my money than that. Would you go to your closest friend and ask them to spend $5,000 to $50,000 to sign a contract to be your best friend for the rest of your life? That's exactly it, though. That's basically what it is. Proms are a ripoff too. I ain't Cowboy not get married again either. You don't need to, Cowboy. Yeah, me. I cannot wait to see it. But that had to be, to me that sounds very romantic. I think it sounds beautiful. I love it. No one played musical effing chairs, and you weren't humping your dad during the father-daughter dance, okay? So let's just say you took it up a notch. You brought some class. Yeah, Madonna in that movie Bridesmaids is one of my freaking favorites. I am her, Kristen Wiig on that plane. I am Xanaxed up. liquored up. I'm happy. I'm loose. I'm singing. I've luckily never been escorted off of an airplane, but I just love that movie when they all get sick and they're all shitting in those gowns. It's like, you want to take me to try on dresses all day? Oh, yeah, I'll get you. I'll get you. One of the greatest ever is Bridesmaid is one of my favorites. Mia said, I mostly got married to do a photo shoot. I know, seriously though, if there is one day in a girl's life where, you're going to want to feel like that top-notch queen, that's the day. Yeah, I know, seriously though. No, I'd want makeup and hair, okay? If like you're going to go out, you're going to be there all day. Like you're going to come to the, you're going to be there all day to touch me up because I'm in a gown. Look at me. I'm in a gown. I cannot touch myself up. I am going to need you to touch up the lip gloss and the hair. So not block that off on your calendar. Photo shoot is fun though. But oh God, when you're in the wedding, that's like, oh God, pictures now. And then everybody's in the limo, like, hurry up, open the drinks. Come on, let's go. Every wedding everybody's wedding, whether it's friends, like by the time you're there to do the pictures, I mean, you're hammered, 1:00, whatever the time, hammered. Because now we've got a good 2 hours in this goddamn park, surrounded, by these ducks and the leaves, and everybody's got to effing smile. Oh yeah, you better have a lot of refreshments and snacks on board. And if you're the bride, you're going to have your glam squad with you, like I said, because if you're going to be in a gown, you can't be picking up your own lipstick no, you need like a lady in waiting. Come on now. Just, if you're going to do it right, Mia, right? 71 damn and Mark Klein senior citizen prom coming up next week. They do senior citizen proms around here. God bless them. How cute they are. Make sure I just didn't miss anybody too. Oh, Green Eyed, you made your wedding as cheap as possible in 95. I think oh my God, that is good though. Total cost in 95, $6,000. That's really good. That's really, really good. I missed what your dad. Wait, let me find. I want to see something. Yeah, Mia, SW seeming so bougie. Her wedding was a fail. They were all fails, though. No one showing, and then no food or food contamination. Like everything ended up very dramatic. There was always drama. Let's think about all of those, milestone times. There was always a negative attention with it. Nothing really. I'm sure when her family looks back at that wedding, they see it as lovely and beautiful, but we see it for what it is. We can look out. We don't know her and see what a red flag hot mess it was. And, already going in debt into, you're not even married yet. And you're already trying to live way above what you can afford. Loving listening to this as I do dishes. Oh, good. Oh, God, the dishes you find in your teenager's room. I know. No. The hokey pokey and chicken dance is the only reason to get married. I hate those. Oh my God. Or when they do what the conga line? Oh God. Or God bless my cousins. They're like my mother's brother. Like I'm all Italian. My both parents are full-blooded Italian. Now my mom's brother married a Polish girl. My Aunt Jana was a doll. But their tradition, and so I see them as my Italian cousins putting this babushka on their, and they're all drop dead gorgeous girls, but four of them all wearing goddamn babushkas on their heads, so you could dance with them, like twirl around once and then put money in the stupid apron thing that they have there. No, That should have stayed. That tradition should have stayed in Poland. I'm sorry. No, I don't care if you're going to tip me hundreds. Listen. I've been primping. I've had my primp all day. I am not putting a babushka on my head so we could dance to some stupid song. You're going to swirl me around once and put a buck in there. No. Holly, my grandmother was Polish and was constantly talking about a babushka. Now, my cousin Lynn, who I was the closest with, she was only 48. She passed this year. But when she got married prior to it, because Lynn was very, she was shy and quiet, but gorgeous. Looked like Cindy Crawford. But I'd be like, are you ready you got to get ready for the babushka dance. She's like, what do you mean? I go, you have to do. Just like Nadine, your sister Nadine did. You're doing that babushka dance. That's your mother's tradition. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, oh yeah. Sorry that your mom's not Italian. The babushka's coming out. She's like, I don't have a babushka. I'm like, don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm sure Nadine will gladly look for her babushka to loan it out to you. There's Lynn. Oh God, if I can find pictures, I'll post on my wall. And that stupid babushka. Oh, she was so red. I loved it. I danced. I twirled her around once. I put $1 in. I'm like, I told you how stupid this is. This is so good, though. Yeah, the babushka. Send me an email, Rose, and I will say, okay, definitely. And I'll put my email in too, because it's in my about section, but it's all lowercase. It's just curiousrose87@gmail.com. Yeah, I'm going to make you a mod too. This way you can drop links or anything like that. You didn't know what you was talking about, Holly, with the babushka. And we're Italian too, but when it would rain, my grandma would be like, let me get my babushka, because they got their hair done once a week on Saturdays. So God forbid we got a rainstorm on a Wednesday. We've got babushkas. We're not Polish. We're not at a wedding, but if it's going to rain, this effing hair has got to last me until Saturday. Get the babushka out. So yeah, I always knew. I always found it to be a funny word, but I even found it to be a funnier word when I was luckily enough not to be a Polish bride and have to put on a goddamn babushka. Green-eyed loves it. I love it. Italian wedding food's awesome. And I apologize for anything, but the same for. Oh no, it's true. You're still going to have food and drink and loud. You're going to laugh. You're going to cry. But yeah, you got to celebrate. You got to celebrate it either way, whether it's a wedding or a funeral. You're there because of somebody passing that you loved. Yeah, head. I know, because my cousin Lynn was like, I'm going to have my hair up, and my veil on and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, Lynn, by the time we're dancing, you're going to be 3 shits, not sheets, 3 shits to the wind. Your veil will probably be off. Now it wasn't, but I'm like, it's gonna have to come off. It's like I have about 172 bobby pins. I'm like, start taking them off. It's almost babushka time. And it is kind of funny. Once she got through that babushka, then she's like, oh my God, I could have fun now. I'm like, we only have about an hour left. What do you mean? She's like, I was so worried about it all day. And I'm like, Lynn, come on. But yeah. So just be forewarned. You guys know it. Your family's, everybody's got different traditions. Maybe they don't do it anymore. This was mid-90s when my cousins got married, and they all 4 girls. No, the youngest didn't, because she married a Jewish guy and turned Jew. So she didn't have to wear a babushka, but the others did. And God like I said, my cousin Lynn looked like Cindy Crawford. The minute she put that babushka on, it was instant. Look at you from a third world country. You fool. Let's hurry up and get this over with. Take everybody's dollar. Mark just said, just one less plate for funerals. What the hell? Mark, I can't with you. Head covering. I know, though, as women, it's an awful thing. If I'm going to hire some asshole to follow me around all day to keep my hair and makeup in place. You are not putting a babushka on his head. So everyone said, thankfully, my brothers finally got wives that wouldn't divorce it because after the second or third wife, one finally stuck. That's a good thing. And so that you didn't have to attend any more weddings. And you know, the funny thing is, my cousin Nadine, Lynn's older sister, she married 3 times. But after the first one, I'm like, nope, no, because her first one was over the top extravagant. Her headpiece alone was $5,000. She got it at Kleinfeld's, which is in Brooklyn, and it is like the go-to place for celebrities. That's her headpiece. I love my cousin Nadine, but her headpiece and her gown was horrible. Okay, I don't know if you guys ever watch on TV. It's called like a show. I think it's called like My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding, or Gypsy Wedding, something to that effect, where they have huge hair piled real high and huge, enormous tiaras really high. Okay, picture that. My cousin Nadine, who was gorgeous, but it was ridiculous. That was her first wedding. It was over the top. And then the second wedding, I'm like, don't even ask me to be in it. I'll be there. And then the third one, I'm like, listen, I have a son. You want him to be your ring boy? You could be a ring boy. She's like, no, you know what? We're just going to go away. I'm like, amen. Good for you. Wish you guys the best of luck. Beautiful. Nobody's going to have to wear a babushka in the year. And this was like 2019. The gypsy weddings are scary, strange, 71. And they really look in the mirror and they're like, yep, nailed it. Look at me. Like the picture of perfection. Meanwhile, like their hair, their head, the crown, everything is so obnoxiously over the top and ugly. Like not pretty, like just bad. And my beautiful cousin Nadine's headpiece alone was a $5,000 catastrophe. It was a $5,000 catastrophe. My friend went to, did she? Yeah, she went to Kleinfeld's for her 50th birthday. She's single, yeah. And we, of course, Nadine being Nadine, because she first husband had a ton of money. Limousine took us all out to Brooklyn. They take you to a back room, and probably more food that Shanann had at her wedding. Food, champagne. It's a whole day event. Luckily, like I said, food and champagne. Because by the third gown, you're like, get anything. Please. I know I can't see white anymore. I can't even see white anymore. Just pick something. So, yeah, it was like a whole day event, you know. She was going to be that bride, and she was that bride. She sure was. But they had 2 children, and they divorced, and then she married again, and then again. And like I said, each wedding got a little smaller because she caught on. By the third one, even my dad, the third one, he's like, oh, God, Nadine's getting married again. I ain't too old for this. I'm like, don't worry, Dad. They're going away. Oh, Jesus, thank God. Even my father's 85. He's like, can't you just live with them? He's so liberated because he's so sick of these goddamn second and third weddings. Can't she just live in sin with them? Yes, she could, Dad, but she can't because it's Nadine. Oh my God, my father promoting, just live together. Just live together. The words of Stephen, 85 years old. Listen, he knows what he's talking about. Oh, good. Thank you, Mia. Oh, you remember? Yeah, Mia, the gypsy shows. A lot of them too are the gypsy ones are like weird, prearranged, weird stuff. But those brides do not look good. They look like, okay, like, you know, like the kid, like the little kid beauty, like the John Bonet beauty pageant she was in. They look like they're entering like an adult version of that with the excess of hair and awful makeup and awful dresses and all that bullshit. It's like an adult version of that. That's what I saw. Yeah, your 85-year-old knows too what she's talking about. Oh yeah, they know. They've seen it all. And if they're lucky enough to remember, they're gonna tell you. They're gonna probably point you in a better direction sometimes than you may be headed. A newlywed game. I don't think the relatives from Buffalo are gonna enjoy that. B, no, I don't think my siblings are going to want to see me grinding up with my daughter. So yeah. I would definitely take the advice of an elder. If you're really ever trying to go to the extreme route of a wedding, don't do it. Don't. You'll hate yourself years later when you're onto your third wedding. All right, let's see where the Colemans are at here. This is chapter 3. Let me pull up my phone because this StreamYard chat sucks. It's very behind. Okay. Chapter 3. All right. The couple left Quantico in September of 97. Sheri wanted to introduce Chris to her mom. Wow, she hadn't introduced him yet. Okay, Sheri wanted to introduce Chris to her mom, Angela, and her brother, Mario, both of whom had returned to the Chicago area from Florida not long before. She had no interest whatsoever in introducing him to her dad, Don, who was still living in Florida. She hadn't yet forgiven him for divorcing her mom, nor was she certain that she ever would. On their way to Chicago, they stopped by Chester to see Chris's parents. Chris had called them in advance to say that they were coming. He apparently hadn't mentioned anything about Sheri. Red flag. That let's remember that one. Okay. Connie, he called to his wife. Chris is here. He's got somebody with him. Isn't that a dream for poor Sheri? Ron and Connie's initial impression of Sheri. Wow. Okay. Ron and Connie's initial impression of Sheri was hardly favorable. They seemed dismayed that their firstborn son was even in her company. Chris must have sensed their disapproval because he said nothing about his and Sheri's plans to get married. Instead, he simply introduced her as a good friend, who lived in Chicago, and said that he was in the process of driving her home. Okay, guys, please write that down. That major red flag. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Then he and Sheri left and drove to Chicago. We didn't pick up anything, Ron Coleman would recount years later, except she was a worldly little girl, little short shorts, a tattoo on her leg, not the person we thought he'd be with. If Sheri wasn't an instant hit with Chris's parents, neither was Chris with Mario. Upon being introduced later that same day, Mario found the guy distant, quiet, and aloof, and almost entirely devoid of personality. Having grown up just outside of Chicago, Mario was accustomed to a certain verbal repertoire, to an exchange of a friendly insult even. Chris seemed to him incapable of even friendly banter. He seemed rather a dullard. Rather a dullard. I like that word. Okay. There was also the rural twang in Chris's voice, which was a reflection of his small town roots in southwestern Illinois. Mario thought that the guy sounded like a hillbilly. He couldn't understand what his sister saw in him. He was convinced that she could do so much better for herself. On the second day of the visit, Mario had an opportunity to speak privately with Sheri in the basement of their Aunt Marion's home, where Mario at the time was living. He asked her why she was so intent in getting married. I mean, what's the big hurry, he said. Sheri shifted uneasily in her chair. She said that she and Chris were in love, and so, of course, they wanted to be married. It's good that you're in love, Mario persisted, but why not try living together first? That's the way you get to know Chris better. Marriage is a big step. You might as well be sure. Sheri merely shrugged. Okay, Mario said, but let me ask you one more thing, and please don't take it the wrong way. Are you pregnant? No. Sheri lied. I'm not pregnant. The visit lasted 4 days. On the third day, Sheri and Chris went to the Richard Daley Center in downtown Chicago and got married. They went by themselves. They didn't even mention anything about it to Angela or Mario until afterward. Wow. Chris called home outside the Daley Center and got his father on the line. Dad, you'll never believe what we did. We got married. Ron Coleman was deathly quiet on the other end. Dad, you don't seem excited, Chris said. Give me a few minutes, Ron said. The next day, Sheri told her mom that she and Chris planned on having a wedding reception the following July. They planned on having it in Chester, which was where they'd be making their new home. Sheri and Chris drove from Chicago to Chester. Later the same day, Sheri waited another month before telling her mother that yes, she indeed was pregnant. Though it's only a 5 or 6 hour drive away, Chester could scarcely be more different from Chicago. Going there for the first time, Sheri must have felt as if she'd entered some strange and exotic new continent. The town is located on the bluffs of the Mississippi River, about 65 miles south of St. Louis. Its population is almost entirely white and has wavered around 8,500 people for decades now. There's a decidedly insular quality to the place. Outsiders are mistrusted, and anyone moving to town from elsewhere might never succeed in attaining full acceptance. Chester also has a particular claim to fame. It's the birthplace of Elzie Crisler Cigar, creator of the Popeye comic. The town hosts the annual Popeye Picnic and Parade, and statues of the strip's colorful cast of characters, from Wimpy to Olive Oil to Popeye himself, adorn the downtown area. The town is home to the landmark institutions. The first of these is the Menard Correctional Center, which once housed Illinois' death row. Opened in 1878, Menard is the second oldest prison in Illinois and the largest max security facility. With its ancient stone walls and razor wire fences, it looms above the Mississippi like a haunted fortress. Adjacent to the prison is Chester Mental Health Center, which received its first patients in 1901, making it the state's oldest hospital for the criminally insane. Chester is a bastion of evangelical Christianity. It's an area where people will read their Bibles while taking to church and talking about their utmost experiences with total seriousness. Where speaking in tongues is commonplace, and heaven and hell are regarded not as mere metaphors, but rather as real destinations. Driving west along Illinois Route 150, the first thing that one notices upon entering town is a sign on the highway that reads, "Welcome to Chester, home of Popeye." There's a big picture of Popeye on the sign, signature corncob pipe in his mouth, and a bag of spinach in his hand. A bit farther along, there's a white billboard with a picture of a pink butterfly in the upper right-hand corner. The billboard is an advertisement for Ron Coleman's church. Jesus changes you, the message on it proclaims. The church itself, now known simply as Grace Church, is a mile farther along on the south side of the road. It's a large, aluminum-sided structure with a vast parking lot and a manicured lawn. An electronic sign out front flashes various messages such as "Get exercise, walk with the Lord." Sheri's first several months in town must have been a period of considerable adjustment. She was pregnant and newly married and living in an environment quite unlike anything she'd ever experienced. And her new in-laws, not have been thrilled with the ideas of welcoming into her family, were not that great. Oh, that's sad. That makes me sad. Hang on a minute. Let me take a sip. It's very sad. Chester has a particular... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hang on. According to some papers and reports, Ron and Cindy didn't much care for Sheri at all. They didn't care for her ethnic background or her big city roots. They didn't care for her willingness, her determination to do exactly what she was intent on doing. They thought that she trapped Chris, their oldest son, their golden boy, red flag, okay, into getting married. But what seems to have galled them the most was that she didn't share their faith. She wasn't a born again. They were dismayed that Chris had gotten involved with this worldly little girl. He'd made a big mistake, and they were certain that he himself soon realized as much. He realized that the marriage hadn't been godly. My gosh, he was raised in church, Ron recounted years later. He was repentant and broken over it. He said, "Oh, I just got caught up in the moment," Connie would add. We said, "Well, it's a lifetime now." We found out later that she was pregnant, Ron said. Connie apparently decided that she tried to make the best of a bad situation. She decided that she tried to convert her worldly daughter-in-law. As Sheri would later confide to friends, Connie would invite her to church and then afterward take her aside and pray over her. She'd read her Bible to her and talk about sin and salvation. She seemed to have made Sheri her own personal project. Sheri was naive about religious matters. She'd scarcely given religion a second thought. She and Mario had been raised in a household that was nominally Catholic at best. They'd received First Communion and confirmation, but otherwise had rarely gone to church. Their mom wasn't especially religious, and their dad was anything but. The only person who'd taken them to Mass when they were kids, which wasn't often, was their maternal grandmother, Josephine DeSico. Never before had anyone taken the trouble to pray with her, as Connie was now doing. Connie's efforts weren't in vain. In the fall of 1997, not long after moving to Chester, Sheri converted to evangelical Christianity. She was, so to speak, born again. The conversion seems to have been heartfelt and lasting. Henceforward, Sheri would be no less ardently religious than her in-laws. Her Catholicism, nominal as it was, now seemed a thing of the very distant past. Wow. Yikes. In early April of 98, Ron and Connie, oh my goodness, slip of the tongue. Ron and Connie drove to the Chicago area and visited Sheri's mom at her home in suburban LaGrange Park. Angela invited them into her living room and offered them coffee. They made small talk for a while, and then Connie reportedly shifted the conversation to the subject of religion. "So, I understand you're Catholic," Connie said. "You understand correctly," Angela said. "But don't you realize," Connie went on, "Catholicism goes against the teachings of the Bible." "Oh," Angela said, "that's very interesting." She gritted her teeth, on with the rest of the visit. When he found out about it later, Mario wished that his mom had thrown them out. He couldn't believe that Ron and Connie had the audacity to insult her in her own home. Okay, I'm going to stop for just 1 second. So let's just remember this right now. This is the first meeting of these two mothers. And what are they doing? They're exchanging nastiness between each other. Ring a bell? Okay. Is this not? I'm telling you, the Watts all over again. This is Cindy and Sandy. This is the same. This is insanity to me right now. The same cold interaction of exchanging anything but nice conversation. Wow. That whether they're talking about your daughter was married before and divorced, this one's talking about religion. Either one are both topics that we we've just met, and that's not what should be talked about. So this is wow, this is such similar red flags. Sheri seemed to be enjoying married life in Chester. She and Chris had rented a nice house on East State Street, almost directly across from Grace Church. Chris had gotten a job at Chester Mental Health Center as a security therapy aide. The couple was getting along together just fine. Perhaps Mario had been wrong. Perhaps they hadn't needed to live together prior to get to know each other to find out if they were compatible. Sheri was baptized and began to speak in tongues in early 1998. Now she was fully a member of her newly adopted evangelical community. On April 30th, 1998, Sheri gave birth to a healthy baby boy. She and Chris named him Garrett Dominic. The middle name was in honor of Sheri's maternal grandfather, Dominic DeSico. Garrett looked just like his dad, sweet-faced and blonde with fair skin. Most people thought that he was Chris's spitting image. Okay, that's another weird that's not a red flag similarity to Bella and being like Chris and all that. It's getting weird. Yeah, the Lord, I know. Somebody needed the Lord, Holly. But this whole speaking in Tongues blows my mind. What is that? And it scares me. Later the same year, Ronnie and Connie spoke with Joyce Meyer at a prayer conference. Meyer told them that she was looking for somebody to train a guard dog. Ron and Connie put her in touch with Chris, who had plenty of experience in this regard from his stint in the Marine Corps. Chris trained the dog and soon also landed a full-time job in the security department of Joyce Meyers' ministry, which was based out of Fenton, Missouri. The new job seemed a nice opportunity for Chris. Joyce Meyer was an established star on the evangelical scene by this point, with a robust following and a burgeoning television ministry. Long gone were the days when she would hold early morning Bible classes with just a handful of people in attendance. Fenton, Missouri was quite a distance from Chester, so Chris and Sheri packed up and moved to the inner ring St. Louis suburb of Afton. There they rented a furnished 3-bedroom house that belonged to Meyer's ministry. Oh wow, they were in deep. Afton was an old, somewhat scruffy community with a distinctly urban feel to it. Sheri didn't mind this in the least. Having spent the earlier part of her childhood in Cicero, she was perfectly at home in an urban environment. She loved taking young Garrett to the park or to the local library. Or, when the weather turned chilly, bundling him up for a stroll along Grandpa Road, which was the main shopping strip. Let me see, Holly, isn't there some in between? No, there is no, I know. There's no in between conversations. People are just... Sheri soon became pregnant again. Oh boy, Sheri. And on January 25th, 2000, she delivered another healthy baby boy. This one they named Gavin Christopher. He, too, strikingly resembled his dad. Chris apparently decided that the 2 kids was enough, or perhaps he and Sheri made the decision in tandem. Not long after Gavin's birth, he got a vasectomy. Well, that's where Chris Watts went wrong and didn't. One up for Coleman. Chris was flourishing in his new job. Joyce Meyers certainly seemed to like him, as did her husband and children, and theirs were the only votes that really mattered. He felt more confident than ever before, and in late 2000, he applied for position as head of security for the entire ministry. On the application form for the position, Chris wrote that he'd been attached to the United States Secret Service while a member of the Marine Corps and had worked quite a few presidential security details. In the spiritual criteria section, he wrote that both he and his wife were born again and that he began to speak in tongues in 1986 and she in 97. He added that he didn't drink, smoke, or use drugs, nor did he have ever had any habits of bondage. Okay. He wrote that he first learned of Joyce Meyer and her ministry through his mother, who used to attend meetings when there was 14 or 15 women attending them. Chris got the position, and he was quick to leave his mark. He tore down the old security system, which he considered adequate, and built a new system from scratch. He hired his own staff, favoring former police and military people who carried themselves with a certain swagger. With the help of an ex-cop named Dan Ward, he wrote a new procedural manual for the security department. He seemed intent on turning the department into his personal fifth dome. Sheri was also working at Joyce Meyers' ministry by this point. She'd shift around quite a bit, subbing in various departments. But the bulk of her time was spent at World Outreach. Hang on. Here she was part of a team that traveled with Meyer on missionary trips throughout the world. She went to India on one trip, and the experience left a deep impression on her. She encountered sick and suffering people at almost every turn, and she only wished that she could have done more to help them in a practical vein. Upon returning home, she decided that she'd someday undertake training to become an emergency medical technician, so that on future mission trips, she'd be able to minister not only to people's spirits, but also to their bodies. Sheri also had her hands full with childcare. By almost all accounts, she was an attentive and loving mother who loved nothing more than playing with her 2 boys and engaging their imaginations. The boys were old enough now that their personalities were starting to shine through. Garrett was more like his dad. He He was shy and reserved, with a penchant for sitting back and cautiously observing. Wow. It wasn't easy to tell exactly what he was thinking. Gavin, on the other hand, was a real crowd pleaser. He'd come into a room wearing a big smile and pull off a somersault or some other stunt, then gouge everybody else's reaction. He was just like his mom. Oh, wow, guys. Okay, let's red flag that, or not the similarity that to Gavin is Cece, same personality, second child, and Garrett is Bella. First child, quiet, shy, and cautiously watches others. Wow. Wow, guys. This is like on another level. This is on another level. Oh, hang on. Let me get my screen keeps blocking out. Hang on 1 second. Let me just take it off. I think I have it on so that it keeps locking on me, and then I keep losing the chat. Give me 1 second to fix it. But what do you guys think of that? The comparison even with the kids, like the firstborns. Or the first one is the dad, the second one's the mom. And they're basically, the descriptions are identical to what the Watts kids were. That's, I don't know, there's coincidences in life. This is like a synchronicity. This is odd. This is definitely, I don't know. Molson, are you here? Molson, what did you get me into with this? Oh my God, is this a rabbit hole for sure? Jesus. Okay. Yeah, Molson, Coleman Watts is an exact mirror. I mean, and not, I mean, Coleman Watts, Coleman's family, their thoughts on, his girl, the children. Like, I mean, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Like, I'm shocked right now. I'm really shocked. And it is weird that they both end up then at Dodge. Okay, my phone. There we go. Okay, chat is up. Let me just make sure. Ingredient, yeah, we got another perfect storm ahead of us, Fluffy. Another perfect storm. Holly, I have thoughts on Joyce. I'm Christian. I'm leery of her too. My any of the evangelicals, my spidey senses go up. Those ministries are enormous. We're talking like Rockstar Stadium size ministry, churches, and they're up on that stage like wearing the Janet Jackson mic attached to their ear, like rock stars. It's odd. It's odd. It's very cult-like. And I'm nothing against if that's what people are into. I just see it as that. It's it's odd. Yeah, Molson. Coleman. The only thing Coleman did smart in comparison to Watts was after the second child, Coleman had a vasectomy. Yeah, that whole evangelical Tammy Faye and like just all of that, any of those people. Well, I mean, even listen, I'm Catholic, whatever, but I'm not like a church goer. A lot of the churches have closed just because there's no more priests. It's a sad thing, but whatever the religion is, the ministry, there's lots of secrets, lots. Green eye, yeah, there's a family dynamic. The firstborn with the older soul, yeah. The second, and Cece was going to end up being that middle child, which, yeah, I'm trying to think how she would have behaved. Because she was always, Cece cried all the time if Cece didn't get it her way. So as a middle child, I'm sure it was going to be a whole, what about me kind of thing. And then sometimes the third child is just like, whatever. It's always Marsha. Marsha. Oh, Molson was smart. Listen, Molson's giving us the deets. He had it too. He was smart just like Coleman. Good job, Molson. Let's keep the population at bay, at best. All right. Make sure I didn't say oh, it's Kevin with the hot dogs. Oh, God. I can't with you, Kevin. Let me see here. Yeah, sure, I'll read the paper. The set of parents. These parents were worse than TW's for sure. Because people loved this girl. Like, you did not hear any. She wasn't a confrontational bad person. So they just didn't like her because she just, in their eyes, wasn't good enough for their golden child. Oh, okay, Green-Eyed. Good night. I'm so happy you were here. I had so much fun with you. Finish up with the replay, and then I'll do another reading very soon. Love ya. Have a good night on. So, yeah, I don't know. In fairness, though, Molson said my wife was having... Oh, okay. So he took... Oh, that was... See that? Love you, Molson. Love you. He took one for the team. He did the snipping. You're a good... Molson, I love you. That's why. Let's see here. So, wow, the whole family is... They're all yelling out, preach it, Joyce. They're big time Joyce followers. They're spreading the word, Joyce's word. Okay, here we go. Chris wasn't as emotionally involved with the boys as Sheri was, or nearly as indulgent. Whereas Sheri was inclined to let them have the run of the house, Chris was a stickler for order and obedience. He demanded that toys be properly put away and that voices be kept down. He seems to have subscribed to the old dictum that children are best seen and not heard. If the boys needed to be disciplined, it was Chris who took care of that. Don Weiss was still living in Florida and feeling hopelessly cut off from his daughter. He'd hear from Mario occasionally, but never from Sheri, and Mario seemed reluctant to tell him much about her. But then one day, Mario phoned and confided that Sheri was not only married, but also had 2 sons. He said that she was living in the St. Louis area and that both she and her husband were involved with Joyce Meyers' ministry. Don was grateful for the update, yet he also felt regret and sadness. He realized that Mario and Sheri felt betrayed over the divorce, and he understood why. But it was a terrible thing for her father to be so isolated from his children, to have no idea what was going on in their lives. He'd had no idea that Sheri was married, let alone the mother of 2 little boys. He'd never even heard of Joyce Meyer. He wondered if there was the slightest chance of ever salvaging some sort of meaningful relationship with Sheri. Not long afterward, Sheri surprised Don with an email. Her tone was cordial, if not exactly warm. It was a start, though, which was all that Don had ever hoped for. He wrote back, and over the next several months, they corresponded fairly regularly. Don saw it as a fragile communication, superficial, faltering, but also very sweet. He was thrilled simply to be in contact once again with his long-estranged daughter. At the time, Don was engaged to get married again. He eventually worked up the nerve to ask Sheri if he and his fiancée, Deborah, could come to the St. Louis area for a visit. Sheri agreed, and Don and Debbie flew up on the first weekend of August in 2002. They met Sheri, Chris, and the boys at a restaurant for lunch, which went as well as anybody could have expected. Sheri seemed to like Debbie, and the 2 women did most of the talking. This suited Don just fine. He was content simply to sit back and listen.
Afterward, they went to the Science Center in downtown St. Louis, and Don gave each of the boys a wrist walkie-talkie in the parking lot before going inside. They spent a couple of hours at the Science Center, then went to Chris and Sheri's house, where the boys played almost nonstop with their new walkie-talkies until bedtime. Gavin would deliberately talk gibberish into his, which so annoyed Garrett that he finally gave up and laid his aside. Don took over and responded to Gavin's gibberish with some of his own. The little boy loved it. Sheri said that she, Chris, and the boys were planning on going to church the next day, and she invited her dad and Debbie to join them. They declined, but everybody met after church for a late lunch at a barbecue restaurant in Fenton. Don took some photographs so that the memory of the occasion would be forever preserved. On the plane trip back to Florida, Don felt pleased with how the weekend had gone. He and the boys had gotten along great, and Sheri had seemed happy to see him, though he hadn't succeeded in getting a good read on her husband. Chris had seemed a shy, quiet guy. Conversation with him had proven difficult. Perhaps he was simply the sort of person who preferred hanging in the background. Don mildly regretted not having sat down for a heart-to-heart with Sheri. But the weekend had been going so well that he hadn't wanted to risk spoiling it by saying the wrong words. The heart-to-heart could come later. Right then it was more than enough that his daughter seemed open to the idea of letting him back into her life. Later that same month, Mario and a couple of cousins drove down from Chicago for a visit. They ended up taking Sheri, Chris, and Garrett to a Cardinals-Cubs game at the Old Busch Stadium, while Gavin stayed home with the babysitter. Mario wore a White Sox cap to the game. He almost always wore a White Sox cap, and Garrett also wore one, which Mario had given him some time before. Some of the fans in attendance apparently found this worthy of some good-natured ribbing. "Hey, what's with the White Sox caps? You guys even know what game you're at? What's up with you guys? You take the wrong exit off Interstate 55 or something?" Mario found this immensely amusing and made him feel that much closer to Garrett. The game didn't turn out very well for Sheri, who was now an ardent Cubs fan after having been raised in the White Sox camp. The Cubs surrendered a big lead in the late innings and wound up losing 10-9. But young Gavin certainly seemed pleased with the outcome. Though not yet 2 years old, he'd already declared himself a Cardinals fan and had been home watching the game on TV. "The Cards won," he explained as soon as they walked through the door. "The Cards won." Mario found this amusing too. Talk about divided allegiance. He and Garrett were White Sox fans, Sheri a Cub fan, and Gavin a Card fan. He wasn't yet certain where Chris stood. The months seemed to pass so quickly, as they often do with young families. Chris kept busy with work, and Sheri with work, the kids, and the house. They drive down to Chester most weekends for church and a visit with Ron and Cindy. Oh my God, Ron and Connie. Second time I did that. I'm sorry. Poor Anyone's ears are ringing. It's too easy to say Ron, but I mean, they both have Ron it's too much. All right, guys. It's another weird similarity. Most people who saw Sheri and Chris during these days thought they made a great couple. Most people thought that they were so much in love. Chris's job performance at Joyce Meyers' ministry continued to draw rare reviews. He seemed disciplined, dedicated, and resourceful. He seemed in total control. Not a single vehicle would arrive at the ministry's complex in Fenton without him knowing about it. Not a single person, employee or otherwise, would even get close to Meyer without Chris's approval. Whenever Meyer was scheduled to appear at an out-of-town conference, he traveled to the location ahead of time and do recon work. Wow. This is some weird stuff. Jesus. The guy was thorough. He was meticulous. He'd planned for every possible contingency, leaving nothing to chance. The ministry seemed to have made an excellent choice in promoting him to head of security. He seemed absolutely top-notch. However, not everybody at the ministry was quite so certain about Chris Coleman. Several people who worked there at the time found him smug and remote, and sometimes downright rude. They say that he'd routinely ignore people who tried saying hello to him. that he'd brush past people in the hallway as if they didn't even exist. They couldn't help but wonder if his freshly minted power had gone straight to his head. George Wise is a big, affable man who worked in the communication departments at the ministry for a couple of years. His office was a scant 30 feet from Chris's, and the two men saw one another on a regular basis. George remembers Chris as an aloof, arrogant guy who'd rarely give his coworkers the time of day. He was staunch and erect in his bearing, very spiffy and military-like, George said. He definitely didn't have a friendly demeanor. He was also a perfectionist and very tightly wrapped. He struck me as being potentially exploitive, explosive, the kind of guy who was always struggling to keep his temper under control. He'd get upset over seemingly minor things, like somebody being on a computer when they weren't supposed to be. It didn't seem to matter to Chris what his co-workers might have thought of him. None of them would dare challenge or criticize him, certainly not to his face. He had too much power and too much influence. He was the architect of the well-oiled security system that was protecting their boss and safeguarding all of their jobs. For a small-town boy from the Bible Belt of southwestern Illinois, this must have been intoxicating stuff indeed. In scarcely no time at all, he'd become an indispensable aid to one of the most celebrated preachers in the land. Chris Coleman was riding high. He was Joyce Meyers' right-hand man. Whoa. Yeah, this is culty. This is very, very culty. Who can watch baseball? It is another dimension, Kevin. I'm telling you, it's another dimension. This is weird. This is weird stuff. He sounds like a real DB outgo. I mean, and he hasn't said too much already. He sounds like a total tool. A total tool. Ugh. God, didn't she have any? Well, yeah, I was saying, didn't she have any friends that'd be like, oh, are you sure? Yeah, she did have a friend that would later end up his mistress. So, yeah, God bless her for riding on the wings of her in love, and life is going to be great. To the point where she changed religions, starts speaking tongues, and if anyone can answer this, how does one learn to speak in tongues? Or is it just a matter of you become overwhelmed with the feeling of what? Like the Holy Spirit entering your soul? Like, if anybody knows the answer, I mean, I don't know. It scares me. I don't know. It scares me when I watch it. And I don't know why, but it does. Were they boinking at some point? Well, the married couple? I don't know. It doesn't sound like, it's kind of just sound like they're like, raising a family, and he's just like head of the household, and she's like what a mother's supposed to be. Doesn't sound like much romance, but yet preparing for this live, there were friends that said they were the perfect couple. They called them Barbie and Ken. So I mean, we haven't seen that he shows her affection like in front of others, but maybe that's ahead. If not the best-known preacher on the evangelical scene today, Joyce Meyers certainly ranks among the top 3 or 4. For the past decade or so, she's been almost impossible to ignore. Meyer came to preacherly fame along a hard road. She was raised in a tough working-class section of St. Louis and reportedly suffered sexual abuse at the hands of her father while a young girl. She married a car salesman after graduating high school, but the marriage was marred by accusations of his sexual infidelity and lasted only 5 years. She hung out at local bars after the divorce, occasionally going home with stray men, before marrying an engineering draftsman named Dave Meyer in January 1967. While praying in her car one morning in 1976, she thought that she heard God calling her name. Later that same day, upon returning home from the beauty parlor, she underwent a religious conversion. After years of living without purpose, as she would later recount, she suddenly felt full of liquid love and drunk with the Spirit of God. Wow. She subsequently became active in a local charismatic church, the Life Christian Center, where she presided over an early morning Bible class. The class proved so popular that she started a daily Bible study program on a St. Louis radio station, and she was also named associate pastor of her church. She resigned her pastorship at the Life Christian Center in 1985 and founded her own ministry, which she christened Life in the Word. Her daily radio program flourished over the next several years, expanding to 6 stations throughout the Midwest. In 1993, at the urging of her husband, she also launched a television program that initially aired on Black Entertainment Television and Chicago-based WGN-TV. This too proved immensely popular, and in 2003, she changed the name of her ministry to Joyce Meyers Ministries and began calling both her radio and television programs Enjoying Everyday Life. Since then, she hasn't shown the least sign of slowing down. She's published a number of best-selling inspirational books. She's expanded her television ministry to the point where Enjoying Everyday Life now enjoys a vast international audience. She's preached to overflow crowds at some of the biggest venues in the land. She's increased the annual revenue of her overall ministry to upwards of $100 million. And she's made Time Magazine's list of the most influential evangelicals in America. Joyce Meyer credits God for this remarkable run of success. This would seem only fair, but there's no denying that Meyer herself is a talented woman. On stage, she's smart and funny, with a wonderfully expressive face. She'll crack jokes in her working-class accent. She'll punctuate a point with an exaggerated frown or a 1,000-watt smile. She has a personable, plain-spoken style that dissolves distance. She's not so much a celebrity on TV as some favorite aunt, wise in her ways, joining you for a cup of tea in the kitchen. When Joyce Meyer speaks from the podium or over the airways, she is speaking directly to you. All the more so, it would seem, if you're a woman. While Meyer's appeal cuts across sex lines, it's women who seem especially drawn to her. A big reason for this is that she'll talk frankly on stage about her life as a woman. She'll talk about her failed first marriage and her subsequent experiences picking up men at bars. She'll talk about her insecurities and anxieties. She'll talk about things with which ordinary women can identify, and in doing so, she establishes a vital sense of kinship. If Joyce Meyer can overcome obstacles and put her life in order, then so too can the woman in her audience. If she can emerge from hard times strong and unscathed, there's no good reason why they can also. Meyer has legions of followers, people who spare no effort to attend her conferences or watch her on TV. They love her practical emphasis, the way she'll relate the Bible to concrete problems of everyday life. They love her blunt, no-nonsense approach, the way she'll insist that audience members take responsibility for their own lives rather than making excuses or wallowing in self-pity. Many of her followers claim that she's empowered them to change their lives for the better, that she's helped make them better parents, better spouses, and better Christians. But Meyer also has her detractors, some of who claim that she's merely a scam artist hiding behind the Bible, that she steals from the poor, the naive, and the vulnerable, and that she preaches a false gospel, the so-called prosperity gospel, which is a travesty of authentic Christianity. Oh, wow. Prosperity gospel is a relatively new development on the American religious scene, although its roots run deeper than is sometimes imagined. The message of those who advocate it, the prosperity preachers, is disarmingly simple. If you're a born-again Christian, they say, you're entitled to worldly wealth.
You're entitled to the fruits of the earth. God wants you to prosper. He wants you to amass material riches. All that you have to do is make a positive confession of faith, and God will take care of the rest. And how should you go about making this positive confession? It's simple, the preachers say. Just send them the money. Make a donation to their ministries. They call this sowing a seed of faith. Send them the money, and in due time, you'll reap a harvest of financial plenitude. You'll get back tenfold what you've sent, perhaps 100-fold. Who can tell? Sky's the limit. But make sure you don't skimp. You can send just $10, but what kind of fate would this show? You could send $100, but wouldn't 1,000 be so much better? And don't think that you can't afford it. So what if you're strapped for cash? So what if you're a pensioner barely meeting monthly expenses? All the more reason to dig deep and send whatever you possibly can. Otherwise, you betray a lack of faith in God's power and promise. Remember, God will bless you with riches beyond your wildest imagining, providing you only do your part. Send the money. Yikes. Yikes. Wow. In support of their positions, the prosperity preachers turn to their Bibles. They're especially fond of quoting several passages from the New Testament. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. I have come that they may have life and have it to the fullest. You may ask for anything in my name and I will do it. However, there are other New Testament passages that would seem to run directly counter to the prosperity gospel. These the preachers conveniently seem to ignore. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. When Jesus heard this, he said to them, you still lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. How hard is it for the rich to enter the kingdom of God? To be fair, not all prosperity preachers come across as high-pressure salesmen. Some, such as Houston-based pastor Joel Osteen, prefers a more nuanced, laid-back approach. They'll preach prosperity without hitting their audience over the head with it. But quite a few others operate as if there's sinfulness and subtlety. They're shrill and aggressive and not always above trying to make poor people feel guilty about being poor. After all, isn't poverty a consequence of lack of faith, a matter of not fully trusting in God's promise? It's among preachers of this sort that financial success seems almost to have taken over for the cross at the defining symbol of Christianity. Yikes. Yeah, your checkbook. Mark, just send me a check. And listen, God sees, he hears. Send the money. Oh my goodness gracious. Jesus. Joyce Meyer defines herself first and foremost as a practical Bible teacher. There's no question, however, that she's also a prosperity preacher. During her public appearances, she's not in the least bit shy about proclaiming the material benefits of faith, nor is she shy about invoking her own good fortune of faith. God has made her rich, she says, and there's no reason to think that he won't make you rich. If you stay in your faith, you are going to get paid. I'm living now in my reward. Meyer made this comment in 2003, several years after her ministry had exploded in popularity. At the time, her reward for staying in the faith included a $10 million corporate jet, a $2 million house for her and her husband, Dave, and houses worth an additional $2 million for their 4 children. It also included a $500,000 vacation home on Lake of the Ozarks, a $105,000 Crown Line boat, and Dave's $107,000 silver gray Mercedes sedan. And this wasn't even the half of it. In November of 2003, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch ran a story about Joyce Meyers' corporate headquarters in Fenton, Missouri, which was built 2 years previously for a cool $20 million. From the outside, the gleaming glass and brick office complex with manicured grounds might almost have passed for a hotel in some swanky resort. Its interior was no less impressive. Through a Jefferson County Assessor's report, the Post-Dispatch learned that Meyers Ministry had spent nearly $5.7 million outfitting the complex. No one, of course, could fault the ministry for spending money on computers on basic office furnishings. But what about the $49,000 for a conference table and matching chairs, or the $44,000 in woodwork for Joyce's office and her husband Dave's, or the $11,000 for a French clock, the $19,000 for a pair of Dresden vases, and the $18,500 for 6 crystal vases? Yikes. Whoa. In an interview with the Post-Dispatch, Meyer was unapologetic about such extravagance. You can be a businessman here in St. Louis, and people think the more you have, the more wonderful it is, she said. But if you're a preacher, then all of a sudden it becomes a problem. The Bible says, "Give, and it shall be given unto you." Meyer certainly isn't averse to asking her followers to give. The Post-Dispatch attended several of her conferences in 2003, where the appeal for money was loud and insistent. Make your checks payable to Joyce Meyer Ministries, Life in the Word, she urged an audience in Buffalo, adding that. And million is spelled M-I-L-L-I-O-N. Earlier the same year in St. Louis, she went so far as to ask for a $7 million check. That would really bless me, she told the crowd. Meyer doesn't seriously expect conference goers to bless her quite so lavishly. However, she does expect them to fork over as much money as possible for ministry merchandise. When it comes to hawking merchandise, a Joyce Meyer conference is something to behold. At the conferences attended by the Post-Dispatch, there were calendars and coffee mugs for sale. There were books, CDs, and audio tapes. Large video displays on either side of the stage flashed advertisements. Buy $500 worth of product and get $100 free. Okay, sidebar, guys. Is this Joyce Meyer Ministries or Lavelle? Where am I? Where am I? Okay, I'm Joyce Meyer's Ministries. Okay. All right. The music now playing is from our Free at Last CD, and it's available at the product table. Joyce Meyer's daughter Laura would take to the stage with her mom and urge people in attendance to buy. She assured them that the lines at the product tables would move quickly since there were 15 Life in the Word employees working the cash registers. Sowing and reaping is a law, she informed the Buffalo audience. If you sow, you will reap. I believe stingy people are very unhappy people. I want you to give your best offering. I believe one person could write one check to cover all of the expenses of this one conference. It would be wrong to say that a Joyce Meyer conference is strictly about money, but money is certainly a big part of it. And conference goers seem not to mind this in the least. They seem not to mind that Meyer leads the life of a pasha, that she wears designer outfits and expensive jewelry and stays only at the most luxurious of hotels on her tour stops. Insofar as they're concerned, Joyce Meyer can do no wrong. Cold. Okay. And give Meyer her due. For all of her excuses, she's by no means the most egregious or heavy-handed of prosperity preachers in the land. She'll routinely warn her followers against placing too great an emphasis on monetary blessings, saying this could result in a distorted faith. She'll encourage them to strive for balance in spiritual and practical matters alike. She'll funnel significant monies from her ministry into worthy charitable projects. And to a greater extent,
Many of her rivals on the evangelical scene she'll aim for transparency and accountability with her ministry's bookkeeping. Still, she has her detractors. People who resent her sumptuous lifestyle and who believe that the prosperity gospel is more gimmicky, intent on exploiting the poor, and subvertedly authentic Christianity. One can well appreciate why Joyce Meyer would be concerned with security. Who could tell, after all, what her detractors might be capable of? Who could guarantee that one or more of them might not resort to violence? It was Chris Coleman's job to make certain that nothing of the sort ever happened. It was his job to keep Joyce Meyers safe. Hey, Psychon, you're having a terrible day. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I miss you. We need a trivia night. I'm reading One Last Kiss, which is the Coleman family murders, and it has more similarities to the Watts case than anyone could ever have imagined. Chris Coleman being a family annihilator in 2009, and I believe Chris Watts opened up the Chris Coleman murder case and said, I'm going to follow in this guy's steps. And the ironic part of it all, is both men now reside at Dodge Correctional. How convenient. This book is just too good, though. Too good. How's everybody doing? Okay? Yeah, get your checkbook out, Mark. Joyce Meyers needs your money. Disestablishment. Yeah, Kevin, this is just... This is something. Oh, yeah, it was just a random, non-denominational, but hindsight, they may have been fundamentalists. I was in a church where congregants would gossip about whose tongue sounded the same. Oh my God, really, Fluffy? That's wild. Yeah, the whole speaking in tongues, I just remember as a kid, I don't know if it was like Swaggart or one of them would like touch people's foreheads. They'd be falling over. You're a very good order. You can read the telephone book and you'll still have people tune in. Thank you. This is a wild book. This one's got me. This one's got me. It's a horrible tragedy, but man, Chris Watts copycatter. I just hope they're both friends and no one would get each other like one family annihilator to another. Like, come on. It's meant to be. Thank you, Madonna. I love them. It's like, I'm so happy you're here, though. Everybody's been so busy and we don't all get on as much. It's so good that especially when you're having a crappy day. It's always good when you hop on. It's one of your favorites are on. I love that. Yes, protect me at all costs, just like Joyce Meyer. Chris Coleman protecting Joyce Meyers. Joyce Meyer has no idea who I have. PG, Kevin, Molson. Come on. Mark, there's nobody's getting this girl. All right, let's see where we're at here. In early 2004, Chris Coleman was awarded a hefty pay hike. Oh, just what he needs. He was now making $76,000 per year, which meant that he and Sheri were finally in a position to move out of the Joyce Meyer rental home and purchase a home of their own. The only question was where. They scouted around and decided on the small city of Columbia, which is located on the bluffs of the Mississippi River in Monroe County, Illinois. By just about any criteria, it seemed a sensible decision. With only about 30,000 people, Monroe County is easily the most sparsely populated county in the metropolitan St. Louis area. A majority of its residents are descended from Germans who came to the region during the mid-19th century and turned their towns to farming. The county remains largely agricultural even today, with wheat, corn, and soybeans as the principal crop. There are just 2 cities of any note in Monroe County, both with populations of roughly 10,000. One of them is Waterloo, which is the county seat. The other is Columbia, which is in the northern part of the county and a scant 20-minute drive from downtown St. Louis across the Jefferson Barracks Bridge. Columbia actually consists of 2 rather distinct communities. There are the longtime residents, the locals, whom live in the older section of town. The locals are overwhelmingly white, staunchly Republican, and culturally conservative. Many of them work for either Walmart or the school district, which are the two biggest employers in town. Then there are the newcomers, a growing population of upwardly mobile people who have moved to Columbia from elsewhere in recent years for the easy lifestyle, the excellent school system, and the low crime rate. The newcomers are mostly white, also, though somewhere more diverse politically than the locals tend to be. They're commuters for the most part, driving daily across the river to white-collar jobs in either St. Louis County or St. Louis proper. With few exceptions, the newcomers live not in the older section of town, but rather in a relatively new subdivision known as Columbia Lakes. Some of them scarcely venture into the older section, preferring instead to make the short drive across the Jefferson Barracks Bridge into Missouri for shopping and recreation. Columbia Lakes must lie within Columbia's municipal boundaries, but in practical terms, it's almost an entity upon itself. Sheri, Chris, and the boys moved into Columbia Lakes in the spring of 2004. Their new house, which had been built about 5 years earlier, was at the very end of a winding street called Robert Drive. The house was a white two-story affair with black trim and an attached garage. It seemed the perfect place for raising a family. Sheri was thrilled. Vanessa Rigorix lived around the corner from Sheri and Chris's new house on Robert Drive. Vanessa was in her late 20s and slim, pretty, and blonde. She had a son, Brandon, who was 5 years at the time. The day after the Colemans moved in, Brandon came racing home in a state of obvious excitement. "Mom, I want you to meet these new kids." Vanessa was aware that a young family had just moved into the big white house around the corner, and she'd been intending to drop over and say hi. "I want to meet them too," she said, "but I also want to meet their parents." Vanessa walked to the house on Robert Drive and rang the bell. When no one answered, she went around to the backyard. Two boys were bouncing gleefully on a trampoline. A young woman was bouncing with them, only she was so small that Vanessa at first assumed her to be no more than 12 or 13. The young woman, of course, was Sheri Coleman. "Where's the mom?" Vanessa asked her. "I'm the mom," Sheri cried out, still bouncing on the trampoline with her arms above. The two women soon became fast friends, and over the next several years, they'd see one another almost daily. They'd meet for lunch and then do some gardening or perhaps work on some other household project. As often as not, they'd drive over to South St. Louis County and go shopping. Vanessa enjoyed shopping for clothes. Sheri positively loved it. She'd always be on the lookout for some new dress or blouse or accessory. She'd especially get a kick out of something new like a bathing suit that flattered her slim figure. "But do you really need it?" Vanessa would ask. "You already own just about every bathing suit in the store." "I know," Sheri would say, "but it's so nice." Sheri would often seem oddly self-conscious about her figure. "I'm fat," she'd tell Vanessa. "Really?" Vanessa would say. "Where? Exactly where?" Vanessa had never before met anyone as innately cheerful as Sheri, or as eager to help out when it was a tough going. One time, Vanessa ran into some health problems that landed her in the hospital for several days. Sheri visited her twice a day and saw to it that Vanessa's son and fiance were properly fed. And on Vanessa's first evening back home, she came over with a big crock pot of lasagna. Chris's job took him away from home for weeks or two at a stretch, but Vanessa still saw quite a bit of him. Her impressions were mostly favorable. He'd take her son Brandon to the movies with Garrett and Gavin. He'd drive all three boys to school whenever he could and then pick them up and bring them home. He'd help Vanessa and her fiance hang up their outdoor Christmas lights. During those early years, she said recently, "I thought he was an absolutely awesome husband and father and friend." Megan Turnberg first met Sheri in the late spring of 2004, not long after the Colemans moved into their new house. Megan was blonde and petite, with green eyes and a winning smile. She was also a veritable dynamo, with enough energy to sustain any 4 or 5 ordinary mortals. Megan was working on a multi-million-dollar computer project for Joyce Meyers Ministries at the time, and she needed an assistant. She interviewed Sheri for the position and hired her on the spot, and before long, the two women were as close as sisters. They'd eat lunch together a couple of times weekly. They'd take dance classes together, give one another makeovers, and of course, go clothes shopping. Megan was amazed at how bubbly Sheri was. She'd never heard anyone laugh so much or talk so much. Sheri would talk endlessly as if she were racing against time to say everything that needed to be said. If she weren't otherwise so sweet, the constant chatter might have become somewhat annoying. But there was far more to Sheri than mere talk. Megan's older sister was fighting lung cancer at the time, and Sheri played a pivotal role in organizing a benefit to help out with the medical expenses. The one-day affair was held in August 2004, and several corporations donated money towards the cause. Kurt Warner, Marshall Falk, Chris Carpenter, and other local sports heroes donated signed memorabilia. After all was said and done, they raised about $2,000. Shauna died the following year when the cancer metastasized into her brain, but Megan would never forget the efforts that Sheri had made on her behalf. Sheri's conversion to evangelical Christianity hadn't been a passing phase. She seemed to be growing more devout by the month. She'd pray daily and attend church as often as she could. She'd talk about God with Megan and leave in spiritual scriptures on desks. She'd sometimes send Joyce Meyers authored books to family members in Chicago. The conversion seemed to have distanced Sheri from some of those very same family members. Her newfound faith was of utmost importance to her, and yet it wasn't easy to share it with them. They seemed stuck in their own ways. Nominal Catholics who rarely read scripture and knew nothing about speaking in tongues. They seemed to inhabit a different universe. Megan's husband, Lonnie, was an intelligent, soft-spoken man who also worked for Joyce Meyers Ministries. He and Megan lived in a beautiful house in a secluded section in St. Louis County, and they'd occasionally invite Sheri, Chris, and the boys over. Sometimes they'd arrange to spend an afternoon or an evening with just Sheri and Chris. They might go to the movies or perhaps pistol shooting at the Wilnor Hunt Club in Ditmore, Missouri. There weren't many things that Sheri and Chris seemed to enjoy more than shooting pistols at a gun range. Megan and Lonnie had the advantage of knowing Chris, not only socially, but also professionally, by virtue of working with him at the ministry. Megan liked and respected him and considered him a friend. She believed him to be smart and confident, if not especially articulate. She'd never heard a single person at work suggest that he was anything other than a top-flight security man. Lonnie liked him also, though he thought that Chris could sometimes come across as arrogant in the workplace. He'd heard reports of him snubbing people and behaving as if he were a cut above everyone else. Megan and Lonnie both thought that Garrett and Gavin were terrific kids. They were real boys, Lonnie said recently. They loved playing sports, anything rough and tumble. They had so much vim and vigor, they could tear up a ball bearing. But they were also pretty disciplined for kids their age, Megan added. If they were getting a bit rambunctious, all Chris had to do was give them a look and they'd straighten up right away. If Chris wasn't around and they started to act up, Sheri would say, "I'm going to call your dad." This would definitely get their attention. Neither Megan nor Lonnie ever saw Chris lay a hand on the boys. Doling out physical punishment seemed to run against his grain. Kurt Warner was a celebrated figure in the St. Louis area, admired not only for leading the NFL Rams to victory, but also for his charitable work that he performed under the auspices of his First Things First Foundation. Every year, the foundation would host a flag football game at the Rams practice facility in Earth City, Missouri. Warner was a good friend of Joyce Meyers, and he'd usually quarterback her ministry's team at the event. Quite a few other sports heroes would also participate, including Warren Moon, Donovan McNabb, and Phil Simms. Lonnie Turnbow played for the Joyce Meyers ministry team, and so too did Chris Coleman. Chris played 5 straight years. He loved cavorting with the stars and catching touchdown passes from Kurt Warner. He must have thought that he was practically a star himself. I get that. I get that from Chris, and he hasn't said much yet. But yeah, he's definitely above us in his head. When Chris was preoccupied with Joyce Meyer-related business, Sheri would sometimes pack up the boys and drive to Chicago for a couple of days. She'd visit her mom and Mario, and she'd also make a special point of visiting her godfather, Joe Miglio, his wife, and their 2 kids. Joe Miglio was tall, handsome, with a talent for living life the right way. He'd rarely speak ill of anyone. Joe was more than 20 years older than Mario and Sheri, and so people would sometimes assume that he was their uncle. But this wasn't the case. His mother, Marion, was Mario and Sheri's mom's oldest sister, which made him their first cousin. Joe spent quite a bit of time with Mario and Sheri when they were kids. He'd visit their house and take them to White Sox games at the old Comiskey Park. Once he took Mario on a deep sea fishing trip. Eventually, Joe got married and had 2 kids of his own, Joe and Jenna. Sheri would babysit for them. It was a great job for her. She thought the world of Joseph and Jenna, and their dad was certain to pay her well. After their parents got divorced, Mario and Sheri grew even closer to Joe, whom they came to regard as a surrogate father. They also grew closer to Joe and Jenna, whom they now counted as not merely second cousins, but also as their best friends. So Sheri was certain to visit the Miglio household in Palos Park whenever she happened to be in the Chicago area. And where once Sheri babysat Joe and Jenna, now it was Jenna who was mostly given the job of babysitting Garrett and Gavin. Jenna found Garrett to be much the calmer and quieter of the 2. He was perfectly happy keeping to himself, assembling Transformers, reading comic books, or creating his own fantasy games with action figures. Gavin, on the other hand, was very much the extrovert. When he was just 6 years old, Sheri enrolled him in a hip-hop dance class at a studio in Columbia, and he loved to show off his latest moves. Jenna, a dancer herself, have dance contests in their basement. One day he told her that he'd learn how to spin on his head and then proceeded to give her a demonstration. Jenna was impressed. This was something that she couldn't even do. She filmed the demonstration on her cell phone and afterwards showed it to her friends. "Can you believe this kid?" she said. "He's utterly fearless." In early April 2005, Jenna, Joe, and their dad spent a couple of days at Chris and Sheri's home. Jenna played on the trampoline in the backyard with Garrett and Gavin, who got a kick out of showing her the flips they learned. There was also a new pond in the yard, which the boys treated as their own personal adventure land. It was the final weekend of the NCAA March Madness tournament, and Joseph and his dad had tickets for the championship game between Illinois and North Carolina at the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis. On the evening of the game, Jenna and Sheri went to a free outdoor concert in St. Louis starring Kelly Clarkson, who'd risen to fame after winning the inaugural season of the American Idol television series. Jenna and Sheri were huge fans of American Idol, and they loved Clarkson. For the first several numbers, they were stuck at the back of the crowd, unable to see the stage since they were both very short. Sheri grabbed Jenna's arm and led her, bobbing and weaving, right up to the front row. Nobody complained about their stealing their way to the front. How could anybody complain? They were both so tiny and sweet. They looked like a couple of teeny boppers. They had a blast at the concert. They swayed to the music and sang along. They took lots of pictures. Jenna wasn't especially close to Chris. She saw him only once or twice a year, largely because he was on the road so much with Joyce Meyer. On the basis of their limited contact, however, she was favorably impressed. He was an attentive father and a good husband. Not once did she pick up any negative vibes from him. If pressed on the matter, she'd have to say she liked him. In late 2006, Sheri visited the Miglio household with her boys. She told Jenna that Chris was away on ministry-related business and she really missed him. Jenna thought that this was sweet. Sheri and Chris had been married for quite a few years by then, and yet they still seemed so very much in love. Their romance hadn't faded. Jenna was envious of this. It was something that she wanted. Don Weiss was still in contact with Sheri, though the relationship hadn't deepened as he'd hoped it would. Not long after the weekend visit in August of 2002, he'd invited her to attend his and his fiancée Deborah's wedding in Florida. Sheri agreed to come, but then hadn't shown up, nor had she bothered to even explain why. Don continued to correspond with her via email and also to chat occasionally over the phone. but their communication had remained frustratingly fragile. It was almost as if they were casual acquaintances rather than a father and a daughter. Don's frustration finally boiled over in 2007. He'd always sign off his emails to Sheri with some expression of affection. "I love you," or "I miss you," he'd write. But Sheri toned a bland cordiality. Don sent an angry email taking her to task for this. Sheri responded with several angry emails of her own and then severed communications altogether. Once again, she refused to have anything to do with him. The promise of that wonderful August weekend in 2002 seemed to have come to naught. Don would talk with his mother and his two brothers about this situation. Give her time, they'd tell him. But Don doubted that he could afford to give her much more time. He worried that time was passing. It was passing fast. Sheri was blessed with wonderful friendships during the years she lived in Columbia Lakes. There was her neighbor Vanessa, who would happily take care of Garrett and Gavin for a week at a time. There was Megan, who was fiercely loyal and a bundle of energy in her own right. And there was Kathy LaPlante. Kathy was also a woman who worked for a number of years at Joyce Meyers Ministries, which is where she first met Sheri. The two women would chat now and again at the complex in Fenton, but their friendship didn't really blossom until 2004 when they spent time together at a face painting booth at a foundation event. As was the case with so many others, Kathy found Sheri's zeal for life, her childreness, irresistible. Kathy, her husband Bob, and their 4 children lived in a nice house in Fenton. The backyard was larger than city parks, and the basement featured a spacious, comfortable recreation room with a wraparound couch. The place was perfect for kids, and Sheri would drop off her boys almost on a weekly basis while she went to work or took care of other businesses. Garrett and Gavin loved hanging out at the LaPlante home. They'd shoot hoops in the backyard with Kathy and Bob's son Alex, who was about a year older than Garrett. They'd grab big pillows from the living room and slide down the stairs from the kitchen. They'd watch cartoons on TV, or they'd settle in with popcorn for a full-length movie. It was actually much more fun for Garrett and Gavin to hang out at the LaPlante house than it was their own house in Columbia Lakes. Neither Kathy nor Bob were in the least bit uptight, and they were more than happy to let the boys have their run at the place. Sheri would sometimes come by with the boys and hang out herself for a couple of hours. She'd sit in the kitchen talking with Kathy over a cup of coffee, or she'd play Guitar Hero with Kathy and Bob's son Austin. She was especially fond of the song "No Sleep Till Brooklyn" by the Beastie Boys, for which she'd lay down a backing drum track to Austin's lead guitars. Occasionally, Chris, too, would come by, and all the adults would go out for the evening, entrusting care of the boys to Kathy and Bob's daughter, Audrey. Sheri was always fashionable, and she'd enjoy getting all dolled up for these evenings out. She'd put on makeup, some super cute ensemble, and her latest pair of high heels. Sheri loved high heels, really high ones. Kathy sometimes marveled that she was even able to stay upright on them. Sheri appreciated the kindness that the LaPlante family showed her, and she was always looking for ways to reciprocate. One day she marched into their house with a measuring tape and announced that she was remodeling their kitchen. Wow. Which was the beginning to look rather the worse for wear. She ordered new appliances and oversaw their installation, and then she and Kathy repainted the walls and cupboards a nifty black and white. Once everything was done, the room was stunning. Kathy had mixed feelings about Chris, though, with whom she worked very closely with at Joyce Meyers Ministries. She handled international travel arrangements for the ministry, which involved booking hotels and planes for out-of-country conferences. She'd then feed this information to Chris so that he could make proper provisions for security, and sometimes she'd also travel with him to these conferences. She found that he could really turn on the charm when dealing with foreign dignitaries and other people whom he wanted to impress. In more routine interactions with coworkers, however, he tended to be cold, abrupt, and dismissive. The guy could change color as easy as a chameleon. "Hi, John. I miss you, John." Bob had a fairly decent relationship with Chris over the years, if not an especially deep one. Whenever he was away at conferences, we'd instant message one another. Just small talk, nothing heavy. We never really graduated much beyond small talk. It was sort of the framework that we operated within. Chris had cultivated a highly stylized look by this point. It was the Chris Coleman cool guy look. God. His head was shaved and he sported a blonde goatee. He wore aviator sunglasses and designer jeans. He carried himself with a certain swagger, a studied aloofness. That was Chris, Bob said. He was the spy, doing the secretive security work that none of us fully understood. And all our kids admired him. He was the cool uncle kind of guy. Ugh. Yeah, it's cool, all right. Religion continued to play a critical role in Sheri's life. During the spring of 2006, she started to attend a new church in the St. Louis area. It was called Destiny Church. She loved the fellowship and believed in it deeply. She was convinced that she found her true spiritual home. From the outside, Destiny seems anything but inspirational. Located in a dreary stretch of suburbia on Interstate 270, it's a modern cinder block building with high, narrow windows. Apart from a small cross perched atop a slender, tapered pole at the front of the building, the overall effect is one of the bland functionality. Sheri seems not to have been bothered by any of it. She'd faithfully attend the 6 p.m. service on Saturdays, almost always bringing her 2 sons with her. Chris would often join them, and before long, so too would Kathy and her child, her one son, Alex. In early 2007, Sheri left Ministries and became the personal secretary of Phil Stern, who was a founding pastor of Destiny Church. Among other tasks, she did prep work for the church's mission teams, and she also accompanied them on various trips to Asia and Latin America. After one of those trips, she somehow finally found time to undertake and complete training to become an emergency med tech. Sheri would eventually work for a year as a receptionist at Destiny Church, which was a position that Pastor Phil Stern thought suited her to a T. She was the sort of bubbly person that you definitely wanted up front. In November of 2007, Sheri, Garrett, and Gavin, along with Kathy LaPlante and her daughter Aubrey, drove up to Chicago for a weekend. Mario was running a valet service out of a local restaurant. He was surprised when they dropped by to see him. He'd had no idea they were coming. Mario introduced him to the owner of the restaurant, Frankie, who insisted on paying for everybody's meal. Sheri and the gang had a nice dinner, and the next day they toured Chicago and took in a performance of the Blue Man Group. During the drive home, Sheri really opened up to Kathy. She talked about her parents' divorce, her estrangement from her dad, and her cousins. She said that she discussed things with Chris that seemed to open her up to the possibility of leaving Joyce Meyers Ministries and perhaps starting up his own security company somewhere in the Columbia area with Sheri would be a good idea. She also talked about Chris's parents, Ron and Connie Coleman. She said that she never really felt loved or accepted by them, that they'd accused her of getting pregnant on purpose so that Chris would have to marry her. She showed Kathy a tiny tattoo that she'd gotten on her left ankle years before. She said that she'd love to get a matching tattoo on the other ankle, but that she didn't dare do so. Chris hadn't wanted her to get the first, and he'd be enraged if she went ahead and got yet another. Chris's father, the Reverend Ron Coleman, didn't approve of tattoos. Heaven forbid that Sheri should do anything that ran contrary to the Reverend Ron's wishes. Insofar as her in-laws were concerned, Sheri was probably fighting a losing battle. It seemed highly doubtful that she'd ever succeed in winning their affection. Ron and Connie seemed to have disliked her from the very start and to have disliked her more with each passing year. Another SWAT similarity. Very strange. Despite realizing that she failed to meet their approval, Sheri continued to drive down to Chester with Chris and the boys several times a month. She'd visit with Ron and Connie in their home. She'd participate in family cookouts. She'd go to Wednesday evening services at Grace Church. She'd sometimes help out the church's summer camp for children as well. Several former members of Grace Church have fond memories of Sheri. They say that they always found her to be a sweetheart, laughing, joking, trying to put a smile on everyone's face. They say that her mere presence was almost guaranteed to brighten a room. That's so sad. But Ron and Connie appear to have been immune to Sheri's charms. A couple of the former church members say that Connie in particular seemed to have disliked her. They say that she'd often curl up her lips when Sheri spoke, that she'd make snide comments behind her back. At one church-related gathering, Sheri mentioned that she'd been a cheerleader in high school and jokingly suggested that she might consider trying out for the St. Louis Rams cheerleading squad. So disgusting, Connie supposedly commented when she was out of earshot. Who does she think she is? Sheri had several marks against her. Ron and Connie disliked her for getting pregnant in the first place and marrying their son. According to some people, they disliked her for her Italian Catholic background. But perhaps the thing that rankled them the most was her indomitable spirit. Sheri could be fiercely stubborn. Once she committed herself to something, she wasn't easily knocked off course. Here was a young woman, after all, who joined the Air Force upon graduating high school over the protests of her older brother, who started a new life in the culturally unfamiliar precincts of southwestern Illinois, who converted to a faith that went against the grain of her family background, who that kept alive a Cold War with her dad despite his desperate wishes for detente, a reunion of sorts. She'd have no part of it. Sheri wasn't inclined to bend to people's wills. In 1,001 ways, she must have conveyed this to her in-laws. She could be so sweet, but in the end, she'd almost certainly do things her own way. She wouldn't be brought fully under Ron and Connie's control. In their eyes, this was perhaps her most grievous sin. Oh, goodness. In-laws from hell. Ron and Connie had apparently grown accustomed to having people brought under their control. Over the years, they turned Grace Church into their own private fiefdom. They turned it into something resembling an authoritarian cult. Wow. The ex-members say that it hadn't started out that way. Somewhere along the line, though, Ron had gotten hungry for power. He'd insist that churchgoers submit to him completely. He'd bridle at the slightest challenge to his authority, suggesting that disobeying him was as much as disobeying God, that anyone who dared question him was in an obvious state of spiritual rebellion. Ron ruled the church like a paranoid dictator. He didn't trust anyone. He was always on the lookout for signs of dissent among the flock. He'd insist that his hand-picked elders accompanying churchgoers on even the most innocent excursions, such as a bus trip to St. Louis for a show. And then he'd insist that the elders report back to him as soon as possible. The only catch here was that he apparently didn't trust them much more than he trusted anybody else. On more than one occasion, he called elders into his office and berated them for not being sufficiently compliant to him. According to some ex-church members, Ron deployed a number of other mechanisms for keeping potential dissidents in line. One was of threatening them with outright expulsion. This is my church. If you don't like it the way I'm running it, leave. Or perhaps his favorite line, if you don't like it here, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the butt on your way out. Another mechanism, according to ex-members, was old-fashioned fear. He'd apparently insist that Grace Church was the only true church and that anyone not fully in tune with its teachings or its pastor was putting their eternal salvation at risk. He'd back this up with stories of people who'd left the church only to lapse into lives of terrible sin and despair. Wow, this guy is wild. Still another mechanism involved the allocation of voluntary positions at the church. Positions of this sort, whether in the choir, Sunday school, or elsewhere, were much sought after by church members. They carried with them a certain status or prestige. They gave the people who held them a decided edge in the congregational pecking order. But Ron would apparently award these positions only to people who demonstrated unflinching allegiance to him. And if their allegiance should ever show signs of faltering, he threatened to strip them of the position and award them to others more evidently in line with the program. Ron was reportedly much influenced by a book entitled Sheep, Goats, and Wolves, which seems to have mandatory reading for his church elders. Written by an evangelical minister named Mark Barclay, the book claims that there are 3 different kinds of people within any Christian congregation. The sheep are meek and docile, the goats stubborn and uncooperative, and the wolves dangerous and subversive. Some people felt that Ron only wanted sheep in Grace Church. He had no use whatsoever for goats or wolves. He wanted nothing less than total control. Hardly an eloquent presence in the pulpit at the best of times, Ron's preaching seems to have gotten progressively worse as his appetite for power grew. According to some ex-members, he'd sometimes resort to angry shouting and screaming. They recall that he also loved to play the role of the reluctant prophet. "Do you think I want this job?" he'd sometimes yell. "I have no choice in this matter. God called me. He's made me your pastor. He's entrusted me with the care of all of your souls. So of course I have authority over all of you." Connie was also a licensed minister by this point, and churchgoers would commonly refer to her as Pastor Connie. She'd preside over women's retreats and women's Bible studies. She'd sometimes take to the pulpit, though not nearly as often as her husband would. Some ex-members say that she was actually a better preacher than Ron. She was calm, more scriptural, and not nearly as condescending. As often as not, she'd sit quietly in the front pew during service unless convinced that she'd received some word of knowledge or encouragement from the Holy Spirit. Then she'd stand up and face the congregation and share whatever word she had received. While doing so, she'd often speak in tongues. There's the tongues again. The ex-members only say that Connie too had changed for the worse over the years. Once as nice as pie, she could now be spiteful and very manipulative. She was quick to take offense at seemingly harmless remarks, and she harbored long grudges. Connie had always tried to model herself after Joyce Meyer, and both she and Ron remained huge fans of Meyer's ministry. Like Meyer, Ron and Connie taught a prosperity gospel and tried to give their preaching a practical slant. The admiration may very well have been mutual. Joyce Meyer had known Ron and Connie since her earliest days as an evangelist, and there were rumors that she donated $100,000 to help pay off the last of Grace Church's debt. Ron and Connie were thrilled that their oldest son, Chris, had landed such a high-profile position with Meyer's ministry. They enjoyed the prestige that this gave them as Chris's parents. It made them feel like real insiders. They'd gossip about Joyce Meyer's personal foibles and her likes and dislikes. They'd talk about what a shopaholic she was and how Chris would get tired simply carrying her bags from the shopping mall out to the parking lot. They talk about how Joyce would sometimes buy things for Chris, such as a nice shirt or a pair of designer jeans. By this point, Chris was not only the head of security for Joyce, but he was her personal bodyguard. He'd accompany her absolutely everywhere. He was her veritable shadow. "I guess I'm pretty close to Joyce," he would brag to his parents, "because I know her bra and panty size." Ew. He once confided to his mother that the job of bodyguard mostly amounted to looking the part, the bald head, being beefed up, never smiling. It's all intimidation, 99% of it, he would go on to say. Chris apparently didn't confide to his mother a crucial component to looking the part. Once no more than 165 pounds sopping wet, he was now heavily muscled and pushing the 190-pound mark. The guy was buff. Was this merely because of his daily workouts at the gym, or was he taking steroids? Ron and Connie seemed to have been proud of all 3 of their sons. Their second oldest, Brad, was married with a couple of kids, and their youngest, Keith, had done a stunt as a Marine in Iraq, and Ron apparently enjoyed referring to him as a real killing machine. But their favorite son was Chris. He was their oldest, and the one for whom they'd always had the highest expectations. In their eyes, Chris could scarcely do no wrong. Their only misgiving about Chris seems to be about his choice of a spouse. Red flag. Besides her other defects, Sheri apparently wasn't docile enough for their taste. She wasn't sufficiently compliant. Sheri was not a sheep. Yikes, guys. Watts, vibes. We got it all. It's like there's no denying it. That this is like there are weird synchronicities in this world, and these murders are just too similar. Let's see, everybody okay? I know it's getting late. I'll do one more chapter, and then maybe we could wrap it up, and I could let you guys go to bed if you'd like. I'll come back on again too this weekend, because now I'm hooked on this book. In January of 2008, Sheri told Chris in no uncertain terms that she wanted him to quit his job at Joyce Meyers Ministries. She told him that his long absences from home were putting a great strain on their marriage. She told him that the job simply wasn't worth all of the trouble. Chris seemed to agree. He told Sheri that he'd seriously pursue the idea of leaving the ministry and starting his own video surveillance company, or perhaps opening a gym in Colombia. He said that he looked forward to spending more time at home with her and the boys. But it didn't happen. Instead, he got another handsome increase in salary, which meant that he was now making $100,000 a year, so he decided to stay put. He arranged for someone from the office to send flowers to Sheri on Valentine's Day, since he was always at yet another conference and a seemingly endless out-of-town conference spiels. The job, which had initially seemed so promising, was now an open sore in their marriage. On the whole, however, the marriage still seemed solid. In late February of 2008, Joe Miglio's daughter Jenna flew in from Chicago for a visit. She rented a car and drove to the house. Sheri was a receptionist at Destiny Church when she arrived, and Garrett and Gavin were at school. Chris was home alone, packing for another ministry trip. Jenna hung out in the living room, watching America's Best Dance Crew on MTV. Chris joined her after he'd finished packing, and the two of them chatted for a while. They talked about the dance show, which Chris said Sheri also enjoyed. They talked about Eastern Illinois University in Charleston, where Jenna was enrolled for the second semester of her freshman year. It occurred to Jenna that she'd never before spoken so much with Chris. She found the experience actually quite pleasant. When the show was over, they got some takeout and joined Sheri for a late lunch at Destiny Church. This too proved nice. If Sheri and Chris were experiencing marital problems, they certainly gave no indication of it. Jenna thought that everything seemed just fine. Jenna and Sheri saw Chris off at the airport after lunch, then picked up Garrett and Gavin from school. The boys were thrilled to see Jenna. She'd always been one of their favorites. The two boys seemed to be flourishing during the winter of 2008. Oh, God. Like 1 year left before their dad killed. Oh, how sad. Hang on. Let me sip my gut. Some hot cider here. You guys doing okay? Sleeping on me yet? Well, we still have 20 in chat, so let me just at least finish this up. This is good, though, guys. I'm happy we chose this. All right, where am I? Chris was rarely at home. In fact, when he was at home, he seemed an exemplary father. He'd take the boys out for treats, watch sports with them, and play catch with them in the driveway. Both he and Sheri would take them across the river to Destiny Church for Saturday evening services. And every single evening that he was home, he'd take Garrett and Gavin upstairs to their bedrooms and say prayers with them. Then he'd tuck them into bed and kiss them goodnight. In early May 2008, Chris took the boys to see Indiana Jones.
Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Vanessa Rodriguez's fiance, Christopher Butler, and her son, Brandon, joined them. Afterwards, Chris took Butler aside and told him that he and Sheri were mired in debt and that it was all Sheri's fault. He said that Sheri would routinely charge $1,000 to his credit card at the mall. I'm making $100,000 a year, he said, and I've got to drive around in a clunker. Sheri, Chris, and the boys visited Vanessa and Butler's house a couple of weeks later over the Memorial Day weekend. They played board games and cards, and then Vanessa got into the hot tub with Garrett, Gavin, and her son Brandon. After a great deal of coaxing, Sheri finally put on a swimsuit and joined them. It was then that Vanessa noticed Sheri had a lot of bruises. Oh boy, wow. Okay, possible trigger warning, I don't know. They were large, nasty bruises, mostly on her upper legs. Vanessa's fiancé noticed them too, and over the next several weeks, both he and Vanessa also noticed that Sheri was always careful to cover herself up. She'd wear jeans or long skirts with long-sleeve blouses. She'd never wear anything even remotely revealing. Why the long clothes? Vanessa's fiancé would ask. Sheri would try to deflect the question, joking about she was getting so fat that she needed to cover herself up. It didn't occur to Vanessa at the time that Chris might have been physically abusing Sheri. Vanessa admired Chris. She'd assumed him to be an ideal husband and father. She'd put him on a pedestal. But there seemed little question that Sheri was being abused by Chris. One evening, a week or so after Memorial Day, Sheri sent her good friend Megan a text message. Chris is gone right now, the message read, but he just beat me up. But I'm okay, though. Wow. Megan was aghast. She'd never seen the side of Chris. She'd never even imagined that he had such a side. She showed the text message to her husband, Lonnie, and then phoned Sheri right away. Pack your things, Sheri, she said. Please, come over and live with us. I'll come and get you. No. I'm okay, really. Anyway, Chris is off on a trip for a few days. I'm serious, Megan said. No, I'm okay, really. Anyway, I'll be fine. Honestly, Sheri, I'm okay. There's nothing to worry about. Megan did try her best to convince her. She tried to convince Sheri that indeed she had something to worry about, that getting beaten up by her husband was serious. But Sheri held her ground, insisting that the danger had passed and that she and the boys were just fine. Whenever she'd meet Sheri for lunch over the following months, Megan would broach the topic indirectly. She'd ask Sheri how things were going at home. How were she and Chris getting along? She was careful not to push too hard. She was careful to respect Sheri's privacy. She simply wanted to assure her friend that the communication lines were always open. Sheri would generally seem upbeat. She'd suggest that everything was going well. Megan couldn't tell for sure if this was really true or if her friend was merely putting on an act. Sheri's three best friends, Megan, Vanessa, and Kathy, weren't close with one another. They inhabited separate spheres of Sheri's life, though they had all worked at Joyce Meyers Ministries. Megan and Kathy didn't hang out together with Sheri. Megan would mostly do the girl-related things. Kathy would do the church-related things, and Vanessa was the good friend from the neighborhood. Sheri would confide something to one of them and then something else to another. The three friends never had a chance to compare notes. They never had a chance to put it all together. On July 6, 2008, Sheri, Chris, and the boys went to Kathy and Bob's house for a barbecue. Everybody had a good time, and Sheri seemed especially upbeat. She told Kathy and Bob that Chris was now well into the planning stages for his own security business, which would finally allow him to leave Joyce Meyers Ministries. Shortly afterward, Chris went to see Joyce Meyers' son, David Meyer, who was his immediate superior at the ministry. He told David that his and Sheri's 10th wedding anniversary was soon coming up. He said that they wanted to celebrate by having a real church wedding and renewing their vows. Toward this end, he asked David for some time off.
He asked if somebody else could handle the next international trip, which was scheduled for Ethiopia in September. Wow, David refused the request, saying there was simply nobody else properly trained to handle Chris's job. Chris asked if he could at least meet Sheri on the last stop of the trip so that they could spend some precious hours together. Again, David said no. That's impractical. Chris wasn't happy that he'd been turned down, especially since he'd amassed plenty of vacation time over the previous several years. Why shouldn't he be permitted to use some of it for an occasion as important as his 10th wedding anniversary? For the first time, he began to feel truly disgruntled about his work situation. He complained to friends that due to a shortage of seats on Joyce Meyers' private jet, he'd sometimes have to sleep on the floor. He complained that Joyce would often awaken him by throwing her empty water bottles at him, and then ordered him to fetch her fresh ones. He complained that Joyce and her husband Dave would order him to shovel their driveway in their winter, and that their sons David and Daniel would sometimes also order him to shovel theirs. He complained about having to lug Joyce's heavy shopping bags from the mall out to the parking lot. Poor Chris Coleman. Things aren't going so good. He said he felt unappreciated and exploited. He was supposed to be the head of security, for heaven's sakes, and yet there were times when he was treated like a mere lackey. He also seemed to have developed some deep ambivalence towards Joyce Meyers, both personally and professionally. He'd suggest Meyers' ministry was nothing but a scam, saying he found it incredible that there were people making any money. $50,000 a year, writing out checks for $10,000 for Joyce Meyers? How? Why? But he'd sometimes also profess admiration for Joyce, saying he felt privileged to have the opportunity to work for her. Joyce, after all, was a great evangelist who was spreading God's word throughout the entire world. Of course he felt privileged to work for her. Who wouldn't? For all his misgivings, however, Chris stayed on with the ministry, and the idea of starting his own security company went nowhere. Perhaps the money and the prestige were too much for him to give up. Perhaps he thought that he was truly serving as sacred cause could be by protecting Joyce Meyer from harm. Perhaps he was even afraid of disappointing his mother and father. In early August of 2008, Sheri and Vanessa made a road trip to Chicago. Garrett and Gavin were down in Chester for a summer camp, and Vanessa's son Brandon was spending the weekend with his father. This meant that the two women had their car all to themselves. Sheri seemed excited about the idea of spending a couple of days in Chicago with one of her best friends. She was wearing her cowgirl boots, stiletto heels. She was in a world of her own. She almost always wore them when she was excited at the prospect of an adventure. The weekend got off to a flying start. They met Sheri's cousin and his wife for a late lunch. They toured the Loop District and did some shopping. Yes, Fluffy, an ego can be a very scary thing. Both CW and Coleman felt stepped on 100%. Yes. That's a good point. Yeah, the ego is a fragile little thing, isn't it? Very fragile. Okay. Let's see. They met Mario for drinks and a dinner. They went to their hotel where they planned on staying, only to encounter an apparent mix-up. Their names weren't on the reservation list, and all the rooms were already booked. Chris was supposed to have taken care of this using traveling points that he'd accumulated over the previous year. He'd assured Sheri a day or two earlier he'd done so. They found a room at another hotel easily enough, but Sheri seemed miffed. She seemed to think that Chris's failure to make the reservation hadn't merely been an oversight,
that it reflected instead some deeper, more serious problem. Out of the blue, she mentioned the name of a guy whom she dated for a short while prior to getting married. If Chris ever leaves me, I'll go back to him, she said. The comment caught Vanessa off guard. She'd always thought of Sheri and Chris as the ideal couple. She would refer to them jokingly as Barbie and Ken, with perfect kids. The more she mulled it over, the more convinced Vanessa became that she'd had it wrong. Sheri and Chris weren't in fact the ideal couple. Hadn't she herself seen signs? Wow. A fissure within their marriage, which she hadn't at the time recognized. She noticed, for example, a certain chilliness between them of late whenever Chris returned home from a Joyce Meyers trip. They wouldn't hug or even hold hands. They wouldn't communicate much affection at all. She'd also noticed that Chris had started to poke fun at Sheri, calling her dumb and immature. This had struck Vanessa as curious, though she hadn't made much of it. The Sheri she knew was fun-loving and goofing, certainly not dumb, and certainly no less mature than Chris himself was. And then there were those bruises that she and her fiancé had noticed over Memorial Weekend, just a couple of months previously. Was it possible that Chris had inflicted those bruises onto her? Listen, Sheri, Vanessa said, you know I'm your friend, right? Of course, Sheri said. So if there's ever anything you want to talk about, please come to me, okay? You know I'm always here for you. I know, Sheri said, I know. Vanessa knew better than to force the issue. She knew that Sheri had definite boundaries insofar as her private life was concerned. She'd let you know only what she wanted to let you know. The two friends finally succeeded in putting the botched hotel reservation behind them, and the next day they had a great time shopping and sightseeing. They felt so good on the drive home that they suggested another scheduled trip to Chicago the following year. A couple of months later, in early October 2008, Chris came over to Vanessa's house in a state of obvious agitation. Hi, Ginger. Welcome. Okay, so a couple months later, Chris came over to Vanessa's in a state of agitation. He went into the kitchen and started to bang a fist against the countertop. Neither Vanessa nor her fiancé had ever seen Chris so upset. Whoa, Chris, Vanessa said. What's the problem? The problem? I want a divorce. That's the problem. Vanessa and her fiancé managed to calm Chris down. They pulled out some chairs and sat with him at the kitchen table. A divorce, Vanessa said. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. But why? Vanessa asked. I'm sick and tired of the way she's spending money, Chris would say. Vanessa realized that Sheri could spend a lot of money. She realized that shopping was one of her real passions. But surely that wasn't cause enough for something drastic as a divorce. Was it just your birthday, Ginger? Happy belated if I missed it. Maybe I'm thinking I can't. I could be dreaming. I could have dreamed it was your birthday, but if it was, happy belated, honey. Okay, Vanessa realized Sheri's... Okay. Chris, are you sure that's it? Money? Just money problems? Yes, that's it. Just money problems. Then that's something you guys should be able to work out, Vanessa said. I'd hate to see you break up just over money. Chris seemed to consider this for a while. He sat silently at the table with his chin in his hands. Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait until after the Christmas holidays to see if anything changes. If you'd like, I'd be happy to talk with Sheri about it, Vanessa said. Sheri telephoned Vanessa 2 days later. She was crying so hard that she could barely speak. What's wrong, Sheri? What's wrong? Vanessa said. Okay, sorry, Ginger. All right, I'm pre-happy birthdaying you right now for March in case I forget. I love you, Ginger. Okay, so Sheri telephoned. She was crying. What's wrong? Chris, he's going to leave me, Sheri said. I'll be right over, Vanessa said. Vanessa went over and sat with Sheri in the living room. As much as she hated to see her friend so distressed, she decided that the time was right for some straight talk. Listen, Sheri, she said. Chris came over and talked with me a couple of days ago. Oh, Sheri said, still shuddering with sobs. She apparently hadn't been aware of this. He told me that you're spending way too much money, Vanessa said. And let's be honest, Sheri, we both know how much you love to shop. Uh-huh, Sheri said. I told him that this was something you guys should be able to work out, that people shouldn't split up just over money. Sheri sat up straight. She'd stopped crying now and was wearing a determined expression. I'll do whatever it takes to save my marriage, she said. Vanessa had no doubt that Sheri meant this. However, she didn't want the conversation to end without once again emphasizing that her door was always open. Is there anything else, Sheri? Anything else you want to talk about? I don't think so, Sheri said. Because you know you can always come to me, right? Thanks, Sheri said, but I'll be okay. Oh. Introducing the mistress. Sheri still kept in touch with Tara Lintz, her best friend from high school. Tara was her number one friend on MySpace, and they'd also chat over the phone occasionally. Tara was divorced now and still living in the Tampa, St. Petersburg area. She'd held various jobs over the years, including a stint as a hostess at a gentleman's club. For the past few years, Tara had been working as a cocktail waitress at the Derby Lane dog race in St. Petersburg. Tara also knew Chris. She'd visited him and Sheri in Quantico years before and gone up to see them once at their former home in Afton. And more recently, she'd met up with them while vacationing at Disney World. She and Chris might also have exchanged the occasional flirtatious email, though the evidence here is far from clear. In mid-October 2008, Sheri contacted Tara with big news. Joyce Meyers was scheduled to give a 3-day conference in Tampa beginning on November 6th. The featured musical act would be an Australian singer by the name of Darlene. Sheri strongly suggested that Tara attend the conference. She thought for quite some time that her old high school friend was leading too worldly a lifestyle. She thought that Tara might benefit from Joyce Meyers' preach. Sheri told Chris that Tara might be at the conference and half jokingly warned him against meeting up with her. Wow. She realized that Tara certainly had a way with men. Whoa. Chris traveled to Tampa ahead of time so that he could see to all the necessary security arrangements. Once in town, he got in touch with Tara. They met for dinner and drinks and did so again the next evening. Then they began to spend every available moment together. They were convinced they had fallen in love. They couldn't stand the thought of being out of each other's sight. Oh my God, this home-wrecking best friend, pussy, man-eater, vixen, horrible. Oh my God, her best friend. They had lots of photo tracks taken of themselves during those evenings in Tampa. In some of the photos, they're nuzzling up against one another in the moonlight. In others, they're smooching over a bottle of wine. In all of them, they are smiling fantastically. They look like newlyweds enjoying an especially romantic honeymoon. They seem to have sex for the first time on November 5th, although Tara would later claim that this didn't happen until mid-December. And once the conference was over on November 8th, Chris asked Joyce Meyers if he could stay behind in Tampa for a few days to visit friends. It's not difficult to imagine why Chris might have become infatuated with Tara. She was sensual. She was hedonistic, uninhibited. And he thought that she appreciated him in a way that Sheri never had. And perhaps Sheri never would. She gave him her undivided attention. She told him all the things about himself that he wanted to hear. She told him that he was so handsome and witty and so great in bed.
She told him that she loved his job with Joyce Meyers Ministries. It didn't hurt that Tara had entered the picture just when Chris's marriage had hit a rough patch. He was sick of Sheri's spending and sick of her nagging him about his job. Couldn't she realize that it was no ordinary job? That he was serving a divine purpose and helping Joyce Meyer proclaim the gospel? And perhaps he was also sick of married life with Sheri in general. Well, after 10 years, everything had gotten stale and cramped and tired. There was nothing stale or cramped about Tara / NK in another world of the Bermuda Triangle, which is where we're at with how crazy these two cases are similar. With her, every movement was thrilling, intoxicating, wondrous. It was as if you'd been reborn all over again. Amazing. Perhaps his mom and dad might even been right along. Perhaps Sheri indeed trapped him into getting married. Perhaps they really weren't meant for each other. And Tara's infatuation with Chris? Likewise, the reasons for this aren't hard to fathom. He was eager to please and no less appreciative than of him. He was indeed a decent-looking guy, and he projected a sort of macho charm. And there seemed no question that he had a fabulous job. He told her himself that he played flag football with Kurt Warner and would sometimes chauffeur the star quarterback around. He told her that he had the cell phone numbers of Joel Osteen and other evangelical celebrities in his back pocket. This was heavy stuff for a 30-plus woman who still entertained dreams of the high life. Ugh. Tara Lintz might have been gorgeous. Side note, she wasn't. She's not. You saw the video that I put out before it. She also had a limited shelf life. She didn't have much to fall back on once her looks began to fade, and Tara wasn't getting any younger. She'd been stuck at that dog track far too long. Hang on. Can you imagine, like, as your job, I'm off to the dog track. Oh, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm off to the dog track. Oh, boy. And there was possibly something else besides all of it. Chris belonged to Sheri, which might very well have affronted Tara's sense of entitlement. Hadn't she been the more attractive of the two back in high school? Hadn't it been she who had the pick of all the guys? Why should Sheri now have something that she didn't? It must have galled her. It must have made her want Chris all that much more. Sheri wasn't really her best friend. She was actually more like a sibling rivalry. Wow, that's scary. This girl's evil. Upon returning home from Tampa conference, Chris went into the basement of the home on Robert Drive. He opened his laptop and created a document, that he entitled All About Tara. The document was a lover's memorandum of sorts, a testimony to his mounting obsession with Tara. And in other words, All About Tara is the Chris Coleman's version of the secret calculator. Jesus. He listed every tale that he thought relevant about her. Her birthday, her dog's birthday, her height, her weight, her bra, panty, and jean sizes. He listed her favorite sports teams, favorite songs and albums. He listed her favorite brand of perfume and favorite flavor of ice cream. My God. Her favorite flowers were tulips and pink roses. Her secret fantasies seemed to consist mostly of having sex on the beach or just about anywhere else outdoors. A class act. And she loved jewelry. Oh, especially rings featuring a circle diamond or diamond cross. He wrote that November 5, 2008 was the day Tara changed my life, and that his and Tara's future daughter would be named Zoe Lynn Coleman. Jeez. Chris and Tara were convinced that they'd each found their perfect match. They were like love-struck teenagers. A single moment without being in contact was way too long for either of them. They text message back and forth almost constantly. They exchanged racy pictures. They cooed to each other over the phone.
They also talked earnestly about the new life that they planned on having together. They began to plot the particulars. They'd get married in Florida, hopefully no later than a year or so from now. Then Tara would relocate to St. Louis area so Chris can keep his job with Joyce. Tara wouldn't have it any other way. The job was one of the things that most impressed her about Chris. She loved the 6-figure salary, the prestige, the international travel. She loved its aura of glamour. Tara wasn't cut out to be a hostess at a dog track in St. Petersburg forever. She knew that. They'd live in some nice suburban community, not like Columbia Lakes, though perhaps with an easier driving distance of an upscale mall. They'd spend their evenings watching movies and listening to music, and their nights perhaps experimenting with new sex positions. Guys, also known as anal sex preparation. Oh my God, Chris Watts, you copycatted every bit of this. When the time was right, Chris would get his vasectomy reversed and they'd have their first love child. They'd have Zolyn, the daughter they'd both been dreaming of. There were two things holding them back, unfortunately. The first, of course, was that Chris was still married to Sheri. Somehow he had to divorce her, and the sooner the better. Tara insisted that he waste no time setting the gears in motion. Yeah, Mia, this is crazy stuff now. Okay. Then there was a second thing, which Chris was aware of, but Tara wasn't. Jan said, did I say Ron and Cindy? I've said it a couple times by mistake because Chris Coleman's parents' names are Ron and Connie. And I said a few times Ronnie and Cindy because these murders are beyond similar. It's scary. It's wild. I still am in shock of the red flags right now up to this point and the similarities between the two that we're all in a little shock about it. Okay, so if Chris got divorced from Sheri, he jeopardizes his job at Joyce Meyer. Joyce Meyer frowned on her employees getting divorced, especially if it's a consequence of their own sexual immorality. If Chris ended his marriage to Sheri and the ministry found out about the affair with Tara, he stood a good chance of being fired. At the very least, he'd be reassigned to another position of considerably less prestige within the ministry. Oh, that's missing in the Mustang. Yeah, I know. Exactly, Kevin. So Chris was in a bind. He had to divorce Sheri or risk losing Tara. But if he didn't indeed divorce Sheri, he risked losing the very job that helped make him so attractive to Tara, which meant then that he might lose Tara. Quite a bind indeed. Surely there was some sort of a solution. There had to be. There had to be. Let me just check real quick. Mia. Oh, Mia, you spoke in tongues? That's great. It's a language of the Holy Spirit that Saint cannot understand. I know. Thank you for that. Acts 2 speaks of the gifts, I believe. That's so cool. Wow, thank you, because I'm not, really educated on that. But I find it very, interesting, fascinating by it all. Very cool. Thank you. On Friday, November 14, 2008, Joyce Meyer and Sons received an email. Chris received the identical email on his work-issued laptop. The email was entitled Fuck Chris and was created by the Google account Destroy Chris. The subject line read, Fuck Chris's family. They are dead. I'm sure this will make it To someone in the company, it began. If you jackasses are like any other company, this will be someone's account. Pass it on to Chris. Tell Joyce to stop preaching the bullshit or Chris's family is going to die, it went on to say. If I can't get to Joyce, then I will get to someone close to her. And if I can't get to him, then I will kill his wife and kids. Wow. Wow. I'm in shock right now. Tell Joyce. Oh, wait. Okay. I know Joyce's schedule. I know Chris's schedule. If Joyce doesn't quit preaching her bullshit, they're all going to die. During the Houston conference, I'll kill them all as they are asleep. If I don't hit there, then I'll kill them during the book tour or trip to India. I know where he lives, and I know when they're alone. Fuck them all, and they soon will die. Tell that motherfucker next time to let me talk to Joyce. She needs to hear what I have to say, and now she will. 2 minutes later, at 8:39 p.m., Chris received a separate email from the same account whose subject line read, "Go to hell, your family is done." Roughly a minute later, he received a follow-up email. "They will be done while you are gone at the Houston conference. I know you'll be out of town." And 2 minutes after this, Joyce Meyers' son Daniel received an email from the same account with the subject line, "Houston Death." Tell Chris his family is dead. I know his schedule, and they'll die. Next time that motherfucker will let me talk to Joyce. Wow. Then about 2 minutes later, he received another one. Tell Chris his family is dead. They don't deserve to live with someone that protects the son of a bitch Joyce. The next day, Saturday, November 15th at 5:33 p.m., 2 additional emails from the Destroy Chris account showed up at the ministry. "Fuck you all" was the subject line. "I know y'all got my fucking email," it read. "You think I'm full of shit? Just wait. I'll shoot their asses with my .40. I'll kill them all. I'm so sick of bitches like her taking everyone's cash so she can fly her jet and pamper her white ass. Fuck you all. Tell Chris I'm going to kill them. He has no idea when, but it's going to happen. I'm sure you motherfuckers are going to try putting your pussy-ass security team at the house or police, whatever. I'll kill them then, and I'm going to come after Chris too. Then you, Danny, and David." Wow. I might not be able to get to Joyce, but I'll get to the rest of you motherfuckers. Fuck you all. I know when you read these. Just wait. You will see. Fuck you all. Tell that bitch Joyce to give my money back and talk to me, and this all will stop. Until then, everyone will die, starting with Chris's wife and kids. I know his fucking schedule. Every time Joyce is gone, he's gone. You motherfuckers are probably wondering how I got your emails, you stupid fucks. Just like every company. So fucking predictable. Dumbasses. The emails created quite a stir within the ministry. Were they merely someone's idea of a joke? The online equivalent of a crank phone call? Or was this person who sent them deadly serious? Did he really harbor deep grievances against Joyce Meyer? Grievances so severe that he'd resort to murdering the family of the man who was in charge of protecting her? Yeah, Mia, this guy's crazy. Such a scenario wasn't entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Joyce was controversial. She had enemies, people who regarded her prosperity gospel as a travesty of fate. Perhaps such a person had tried to confront her at a concert only to be turned away by Chris Coleman. Perhaps he thought that Chris had treated him rudely and subsequently built himself into a rage. And if this was so, who could tell the person was. In his capacity as Joyce's bodyguard, Chris would have turned away plenty of people over the years, quite possibly without any one of them in particular standing out in his mind. Chris told his bosses that he'd report the emails to the police, and the following Monday he went to the Columbia Police Department and did so. The Columbia PD advised him to file a report with the proper authorities in Jefferson County, which was where Joyce Meyer Ministries was located. In the meantime, just to be on the safe side, they said that they'd provide extra patrol in his Columbia Lakes neighborhood. As the days pressed on, Chris became more and more hostile toward Sheri. The very sight of her repulsed him. She was an obstacle. Wow, she was an obstacle to his happiness, an albatross around his neck. The boys were in the way too. They reminded him of their mother. They reminded him of precious time wasting away. Living in Columbia Lakes with his family was now an intolerable burden. He yearned for a fresh start with Tara. He thought of no one else but her. She dominated his every waking moment. Oh my God. CW, CW, CW. Tara resented Sheri every bit as much as Chris did. She seemed to grow more possessive by the hour. She hated the idea of Chris and Sheri living together under the same roof. She hated the idea of Chris showing the least bit of affection to another woman, even if that woman happened to be his wife. Tara needn't have worried much on this scene. The last thing that Chris was showing Sheri nowadays was affection. He was belligerent and insulting towards her, and sexually remote. He'd taken to spending most nights on a couch. Wow, wait. Oh my goodness. He'd taken to spending most nights on a couch in the basement. Is that where all family annihilators sleep? Where he'd exchange text messages and erotic pictures with Tara before falling asleep. This is textbook the same. This is wild. Where are we? Guys, we're back in that goddamn Bermuda Triangle. I apologize. This is freaking crazy. Tara resented just the fact that Chris and Sheri lived together. Tara needn't have worried about any of it. During the early evening of November 25th, 2008, Chris cornered Sheri in the family kitchen. He told her that their marriage was through and that he planned on divorcing her. This time he said nothing about her spending habits. Instead, he said that she and the boys had gotten in the way of his job with Joyce Meyer Ministries. He was careful not to mention Tara Lintz. That bitch. Yeah, it's the what? I mean, the premeditation that Chris Coleman put into all of this, and what we'll find he did, as far as the crime scene, makes him Satan and makes Chris Watts Satan's son. So this is, pure evil, and both of these men, just pure evil. Sheri was frantic. She was beside herself. What Chris had told her made her absolutely no sense. He wanted to divorce her because she and the boys got in the way of his job? Surely he realized that if he went ahead with the divorce, he'd be putting his job with Joyce at risk. Anybody who's ever worked at the ministry knew that Joyce disapproved of any employees getting divorced. What then was really going on? Was Chris having an affair? His behavior of late suggested as much, but Sheri couldn't be sure. All she knew for certain was that she still loved him and that she fully, intended on keeping him. The next day, November 26th, she text messaged Vincent Hall, who was an assistant pastor at Destiny Church. The church had a bulletin board that was used for prayer, and Sheri wanted Pastor Hall to post an anonymous message on it, requesting prayer for a troubled marriage. She knew that Chris would be furious if their actual names were mentioned. Vinny, she wrote, "Can you please put Chris and I on the prayer bulletin in the prayer room and keep it confidential?"
Pastor Hall responded right away, promising. Don't put our names on it, Sheri said. God knows who it is. Chris told me our marriage is over and he wants to leave me. I'm not giving up. He'd be so mad if I tell anyone. I just want people to pray. Pastor Hall was stunned. He knew Sheri and Chris quite well. He and his wife had recently spent an evening at their house playing Monopoly and eating pizza. I'm speechless, he texted her back. I'm speechless. He added, it's a good idea for Sheri to discuss the matter with another pastor at the church who had special anointing to help couples in troubled marriages. It won't help, Sheri wrote. I'm so confused, and I'm not getting the whole story. He told me he's leaving me for a job. But if Joyce finds out, she'll fire him. There'll be no job. This hit me yesterday, and I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. What's going on? I feel like the doctor just told me I have cancer and I'm going to die. I'm so sorry, Sheri, Pastor Hall responded. I never saw anything wrong in your marriage. He encouraged her to stay strong and promised that he'd keep her in prayers. Sheri had stopped working in a paid capacity at Destiny Church by this point. However, she still showed up several times weekly to do volunteer work. A few days after a text message exchange with Pastor Hall, she discussed her marital problems with Larry Bridges, a minister in the youth department. Then, on December 8th, she sent Bridges a cautiously optimistic text message suggesting she and Chris had achieved some sort of a breakthrough and were now in the process of resolving their difficulties. Just want to let you know it's going to be okay with Chris. He's got some things to work through, but he's willing to work it out. Thanks for your prayers. It's going to be super tough, but it will work. Guys, is this not Shanann's text to her friends? Chris let me hold him today. We're going to work it out and blah, blah. Oh my God. I'm like, I have chills. I literally have chills. Wow. Have to take a sip of my drink. Holy God above. Guys, what? I mean, is this not insane? Like, 100%. Like, did Chris Watts watch on the news when this all went down in 2009 and think, oh, I could do better. That guy fucked up. He didn't cover all bases. Like, I'm sorry. It's all just every chapter has had either several red flags or several, if you take out their names and you put in Watts names or Rue's names, like, it's the same issues. It's this is eerily similar in a way that is not a coincidence. I don't know. Evil is everywhere, but I have a feeling that Chris Watts was reading Chris Coleman's diary. Sheri's optimism proved short-lived. On December 10th, Chris seemed to have blown his top once again and threatened to leave. Making matters worse, Sheri's brother Mario had apparently run into legal problems and was facing the prospect of jail time. Please pray for me, Sheri text messaged Larry Bridges. Yesterday, things got worse, and I just found out that my brother's going to jail. For sure, Bridges responded. Sheri's life had become an emotional roller coaster. Yeah, Kevin, you know what? I like that quote. It's the devil's playbook. Yeah. There's puppets. These two assholes are his puppets. Whew. In mid-December, Chris traveled with Joyce to Florida. He dropped Meyer off for a vacation and rendezvoused with Tara Lintz at a hotel in Orlando.
They went to see a New Kids on the Block concert later that evening, and Chris assured Tara that he was no longer sleeping with Sheri. The next day, they exchanged promise rings. Oh, how sweet. Signaling their lasting commitment to one another. They talked some more about their wedding, and they were giddy with excitement. Back home in Columbia Lakes, Sheri once again considered the possibility that her husband was having an affair. She needed to talk with someone about it. She needed to unburden herself. Oh, well. Wow. Take a deep breath in and out, guys. And she gave her old friend Tara Lintz a call. My God, guys, what's happening here? Oh my God, I'm sweating. Tara apparently lent Sheri a sympathetic ear. Chris's younger brother Keith, who also was experiencing marital conflicts at the time, he'd recently left his wife. Their 3 sons were supposed to be men of care, after all. Hadn't they grown up listening to Ron as a preacher? Their middle son, Brad, might not have had the sturdiest character either. On December 18, 2008, Chris's brother Keith emailed Sheri the oddest of videos. The video opens with Brad shooting a deer with a bow and arrow, but not fatally. However, rather than dispatching the wounded animal with a knife or another arrow, Brad and a friend strangle it to death. All the while, the deer is writhing in agony on the ground. The person shooting the video can be heard in the background laughing as if the entire scene was a real hoot. It's not entirely clear why Keith sent the video to Sheri, who wasn't in the least interested in hunting. Perhaps he thought it so humorous that he simply couldn't resist sharing it. That same day that she received it, Sheri forwarded the video to Megan. Megan was hardly impressed. She and her husband Lonnie were accomplished hunters. Treating an animal in such a manner was appalling. "This is animal abuse," she said. "Do not ever send me anything like this again. If an animal is wounded, you put the poor thing out of its misery. You don't prolong its suffering by choking it to death." Sheri played the video for Kat the next day. "Isn't that the 6th thing?" Sheri said. "Yeah, it is," Kathy said. It was December 21st now, and Chris was still in Florida, most likely spending as much time as possible with Tara. Tara reached him by phone that evening, and they had an ugly confrontation. Chris once again insisted that he wanted a divorce, saying he no longer loved her. Oh boy. Oh, good night, Mia. Okay, honey. You can finish it up. Finish listening to it whenever. And then I'll see you again at the next live. Thank you for being here the whole time, dear. Love you. Just going to finish up this chapter 2 and head to bed. I'm very sad, though, right now for poor Sheri. Calling up Tara, her friend, who lent a sympathetic ear. Could you even imagine? Jesus. It was December 21st now, and Chris was still in Florida with Tara. Sheri reached him by phone that evening, and they had an ugly confrontation, insisting he wanted a divorce because he didn't love her. Sheri packed the boys and drove to Chicago, where she stayed with family. The next morning, she contacted Phil and Linda Stern, the founding pastors of Destiny's Church, and filled them in on their marital woes. She decided that she might also contact Joyce Meyers and her husband Dave upon returning home from Chicago. She'd suffered passively long enough. Now it was time for a much more aggressive approach. Yes, Sheri, yes. You go
come on, girl. Like, really, like, know your worth. Everybody, you gotta know your worth. Jesus, this poor woman. Ugh, yuck. I hate it. I hate this. Later that same day, Sheri initiated an exchange of texts with Larry. Things just got worse. I'm scared. Bridges assured her that he would indeed continue to pray. Thanks, she said. I let Phil and Linda know, and Joyce and Dave will know soon. I'm tired of hiding. I need people praying. I'm not giving up on my marriage. I love Chris. I'm not giving up. Bridges agreed that the marriage is worth fighting for. I know Chris is in Florida and has been, Sheri went on, so I took the kids to Chicago. I'll be at the church next week. I'm going to try to go pray every day. About 10 minutes later, Sheri exchanged text messages with the pastor, Hall from Destiny Church. How are things, Pastor asked. Not good. Chris is in Florida. Told me he doesn't love me anymore. He wants a divorce. Jeez, haven't we heard that? Same exact line, same name. Hall said that he was so sorry to hear that. He asked if there was anything at all, beyond praying for her that he and his wife, Jamie, could do. Needless to say, I'm pretty messed up right now, Sheri said. I've talked to Chris. Some things were better, but just got worse today. I did just talk to Phil Stern, though. Asked him to pray as well. Chris and I need that now more than anything. Hal told her to feel free to drop by at any time. Very cool, Sheri wrote. I really appreciate it. Chris was finally back from Florida when Sheri returned home. It was a miserable reunion, with Chris angrily demanding a divorce and Sheri insisting that under no circumstances would she ever give him one. Chris, I'm never going to divorce you. I'll never leave. What are you trying to do, kill me? Chris kept quiet about Tara Lintz, of course. He did talk about Joyce Meyers, so appreciatively that Sheri apparently began to wonder if this was the heart of the problem. Had her husband fallen out of love and in love with his boss? Had he become so emotionally attached to Joyce that his marriage now meant nothing to him? Yeah, Sheri, come on now, put your thinker's cap on. Sheri held off contacting Joyce and Dave Meyer for the time being. Her friend Karen called and knew at once things were indeed bad. Sheri sobbed and whimpered over the phone. Her spunk seemed to have been knocked right out of her. She told Karen Chris wants a divorce, that he'd repeatedly said that she and the boys had gotten in the way of God's plans for his life. Now Karen began to cry. What a terrible thing for a wife to hear from her husband. Karen was so concerned after hanging up that she spoke with one of Destiny Church's pastors about Sheri's situation. This was the same pastor who presumably had a special anointing to help couples in troubled marriages. He told Karen that he was already aware of the situation. Oh, Christmas Day. Their last Christmas, too. Think about it. Christmas Day was brutally hard for Sheri. She tried her best to put on a happy face for the sake of her boys. She tried to pretend that nothing was wrong. Chris spent much of the day in the family basement, cooing over the phone with Tara. On December 26th, the day after Christmas, Sheri initiated yet another exchange of text messages with Destiny Pastor Larry. I think I know what's going on with Chris, she wrote, and I'm so disgusted I'm not sure where to even go with it. Bridges asked her if she'd be more comfortable speaking with the woman about this. He suggested Linda Stern. I am talking to Linda Stern, Sheri responded. Chris is emotionally attracted to Joyce. As a man, how does that happen and how do I confront it? Dear God.
Yeah, it's not. Oof. It happens, Bridges said. Yeah, I know. He's with her more than me. The next day, she phoned Kathy LaPlante, who'd always been one of her most supportive friends. She told Kathy what she'd already been telling other friends. Chris wants a divorce. He's not in love with me anymore. Me and the boys are in the way of him fulfilling his true purpose in life. Later the same day at 11:30, she communicated with a young woman, Stephanie Jones, who was a worship leader at Destiny Church. Can you pray for me, Sheri wrote. Of course. What's up? Chris wants a divorce. He said me and the kids are in the way of his job. Stephanie said that she was so sorry to hear this. She said that Sheri should feel free to call anytime. Thanks so much, Sheri wrote. I just need as many prayers as I can get now. 2 days later, she text messages another woman, Christine Sincati, who was a Joyce Meyers employee and a longtime friend. She wrote that Chris wanted to divorce her because she and the boys had become detrimental to his work life. She knew that Christine herself had gone through a divorce not so long ago, and she asked how she'd managed to cope with it. Sheri was talking with just about everybody now, but none of it seemed to be making much of a difference. Her marriage was in shambles. On January 2009, Chris contacted Columbia police saying he just found another disturbing letter in his mailbox. Officer Batter drove over to read it. Fuck you, it read. Deny your God publicly or else. No more opportunities. Time is running out for you and your family. Have a good time in India, motherfucker. Officer Pat knew that Chris worked as head of security for Joyce and that a month and a half earlier he'd reported getting some other threatening emails. He also knew that Columbia PD increased patrols in the vicinity for the same reason. He asked Chris about the reference to India in the letter. Have a good time in India, motherfucker? What does that mean? Chris explained that he'd be traveling to Bangalore with Joyce for a conference that was scheduled for January 15th through the 18th. He said that the person who'd been threatening him might pick this time to strike at his family. Later that day, Patton discussed the matter with Joe Edwards, chief of Columbia PD. Bridges asked her she'd be more... Oh, no. I'm sorry. Later that day, Pat discussed the matter with Joe Edwards. Okay, Kathy and Bob LaPlante dropped by the house on Columbia Lake to talk to whoever. Chris told him about the threatening letter. He said he'd reported it, but also to not only the PD, but Mike Cole, Joyce's employee who was charged with handling sensitive affairs of this sort. Kathy and Bob asked Chris if he was worried. Did he think the threat was serious? Nah, he said, it's probably just some crackpot. Oh, really? That's right, Fluffy, yes. And now they're together at Dodge Correctional where they can truly find their true purpose in life. Assholes. No. The following week, Sheri and Christine, her friend from Joyce Ministries, visited the Ameristar Casino in St. Charles, Missouri. Over dinner, Christine asked Sheri how things were going. Sheri said things were bad. Chris still wanted the divorce. They bickered constantly and rarely slept together. She said Chris had joined her in bed one night and turned it into something ugly. He told her not to get the wrong idea. He'd gotten into bed with her, he'd said, not because he loved her, but simply because he was horny. Sheri said that she'd been trying to talk Chris into going for counseling, but he'd refused. All I need is to get out of this marriage so I can realize my true destiny. At some point over the next several days, Sheri began to zero in on the truth. It wasn't any sort of attraction that Chris felt toward Joyce Meyers that was ruining her marriage. Nor was it her spending habits or her nagging Chris about his frequent absences from home. Rather, it was her best friend from high school. It was Tara Lintz. Perhaps Sheri overheard one of Chris's phone conversations with Tara or glimpsed at one of his text messages. Or perhaps she noticed a telltale look in Chris's eyes when Tara's name came up in conversation. Sheri still wasn't absolutely sure. The more she thought about it, however, the more sense it made. Hadn't matters taken a decided turn for the worse when Chris returned home from the Tampa conference in November? The marriage certainly hadn't been perfect, but neither had it seemed so utterly doomed. Was it possible that Chris and Tara slept together in Tampa and that they'd been swooning over one another ever since? Of course it was possible. Sheri knew Tara. She knew that Tara was the envious type, that she couldn't stand anyone having something that she herself didn't have. But would she actually go so far as to try stealing her best friend's husband? As loathsome as this was, Sheri wouldn't put it past her. And to think that she herself had contacted Tara about the conference in Tampa and suggested she attend. She'd done so, of course, out of a genuine friendship. She thought Tara might benefit spiritually from hearing Joyce preach. She thought that the experience might transform her life, just as Sheri's had been transformed. The irony was almost too cruel to contemplate. And Chris wouldn't give it a rest. He continued to constantly pester Sheri for a divorce. He text messaged her practically every hour, repeating all the spiteful things that he'd be saying for weeks. This in itself was hard enough for Sheri to deal with. Making it all the harder was the threatening letter that Chris reported to the police. Hadn't the person who had written it insinuated that he might strike out at her and the boys while Chris was away in India? Chris had told her that there was nothing to worry about, that the letter was probably just some harmless crank. But what if it wasn't? What if the threat was serious and Gavin and she were right there in danger, in grave danger? Sheri was grateful that Chief Edwards had made good on his promise to provide increased patrols. It was a welcome sight. She was also grateful that her friend Jessica agreed to keep her and the boys company. Jessica realized Sheri was having serious marital problems. She couldn't help but notice with every new text message from Chris, Sheri became visibly upset, breaking down, crying. Finally, while sitting on the couch together one evening, Sheri decided that she'd open up to Jessica. "I'm pretty sure my husband's having an affair," she said. "Oh," Jessica said. "And I think I know who he's having it with," Sheri would say. "Would you like to see a picture of her?" "Okay," Jessica said. She wasn't entirely sure that she did indeed want to see any such picture. Sheri fetched a laptop and pulled up the picture of a sultry young woman on Facebook. "That's her," Sheri said. "Her name's Tara." A few days later, Stephanie Jones came by the house for a visit. Sheri text messaged Stephanie during the frantic days immediately after Christmas when she'd be notified that Chris wanted out. Sheri said that if it hadn't happened, Sheri said that this is all considerably getting worse, and she is now quite concerned Chris is having an affair, and the other woman was Sheri's very own best friend from high school. She went into another room and returned with her high school senior yearbook. She opened it up to a picture of an attractive girl with thick curly hair and pudgy cheeks. "I'm pretty sure this is Chris's mistress, Tara Lintz. She lives in the Tampa area." A day or two later, Sheri had a sudden thought. If Tara was in fact having an affair with Chris, perhaps she was doing so only out of boredom. Perhaps she'd come across him in Tampa, and one thing led to another. And if this were so, perhaps the thing to do was to set her up with somebody else. Oh, good idea, Sheri. It's one way to get rid of the mistress, set her up on a blind date with somebody else. Oh my God, guys. I'm blown away. Let's see where I'm at. The question was, who could somebody be for Tara? Did Sheri know anyone who could serve as an appropriate bait? She thought about it for a while and finally settled on Chris's youngest brother, Keith. She realized that Keith had recently split up with his wife over another woman. However, insofar as she knew, he hadn't yet made a serious commitment to anyone. She got in touch with Keith and gave him Tara's contact information. I like that. Good, smart Sheri. Good girl. Keith apparently wasted little time making his move. He contacted Tara and sent her a sexually provocative photo. The plan came to naught, however. Tara didn't bite. She simply ignored Keith's overture. She already knew who she wanted. Why settle for anything less? Chris was in a foul mood when he returned from India. He said that he was exhausted. Next day, again, announcing, I'm going away. I'm going to the Super Bowl with an old friend from elementary school. Sheri asked which teams were playing. Chris said Pittsburgh Steelers against the Arizona Cardinals. She asked where the game was being held. Chris said it would be being played at Raymond James Stadium. Chris said Sheri knew exactly where Raymond James Stadium was located. The stadium was located in Tampa, Florida. Sheri knew one thing for certain. The last place in the world where she wanted Chris to go was Florida. Tampa with Tara Lintz. Tampa was Tara Lintz's country. She had to find some way of keeping them geographically distant. How otherwise, she stood very little chance of salvaging this marriage. She tried to reason with Chris. It made no sense for him to go to the Super Bowl. Hadn't he just returned home from a lengthy trip? Didn't they have important issues to work out? And when she got nowhere, she begged and pleaded, told him she loved him. She missed him when he was on the road. Couldn't he please do her this one small favor? She apparently said nothing to him about Tara. Mentioning Tara's name might have ignited a terrible confrontation. It might have spelled the end. Chris was indifferent to Sheri's concern, unmoved by her pleading. He told her he planned on leaving for Tampa as soon as possible. He said he didn't love her and that he never had. Oh, guys. This is so sad. Like, we don't know, for certain what Shanann knew, what CW was doing, but man, this poor Sheri. Ugh. Wow, I'm just taken back. Where am I at? I lost track. God, can't trust anybody. God, they were best friends from high school. Okay. Joyce and Dave Meyer met with Chris after speaking with Sheri. Was it true that he and Sheri were experiencing problems? That he'd been talking about divorce with her? Chris said that there were indeed problems with the marriage. He said that Sheri was very controlling and that he hadn't found a way to make her happy. Joyce and Dave asked him if he'd agree to undergo marriage counseling with a pastor they'd connect him to. Chris agreed. He could hardly do otherwise. He fully understood the likely consequences of declining. He stood to lose his precious job, which meant quite possibly losing Tara Lintz. Chris phoned Sheri after his meeting with Joyce. He was furious with her. Why had she blabbed to her? Why had she betrayed him? Didn't she realize how important his job was? It was a vital part of God's plans for his future. Me, it's all about him. Sheri called Kat for the plan and told her what happened. She said that Chris was on his way home and she was frightened. Are you afraid Chris is going to hurt you? Kathy asked. Sheri was sobbing. Sheri, talk to me. Do you want me to come over? No, Sheri said. I just know he's going to be angry. However, when Chris came home, he was anything but angry. He was so sweet. He told Sheri that he'd be happy to undergo marriage counseling. Guys, once again, Chris Watts. He told her, and then held her hand, and they sat and watched TV on the couch. He reminded Sheri of the nice, slightly shy young man whom she'd fallen in love with. Sheri was so pleased that she'd taken the trouble to contact Daniel Meyer. After being at Chris's mercy for so long, she finally had some leverage of her own. She was also cautiously optimistic. Perhaps Chris was really serious about making the marriage work, that they turned the corner after all. In the end, Sheri roared at Chris for his good behavior. She told him that he could attend the Super Bowl with her blessing. Oh, how nice. Chris is going into Florida to the Super Bowl, she wrote to her friend, Vincent Hall. What? That's cool. Joyce Meyers tickets? Nope, not Joyce tickets, Sheri wrote. A friend of his got some through work. Some guy he's known since grade school who lives in Florida. Pastor Hall asked her, how is your situation going? Going good. Chris said that he wants to do whatever it takes to make it work. Ever since he decided that, things have been better. Pastor Hall congratulated her on the position development. He promised that he and his wife would continue to pray for her. It got so bad, I told Joyce. Sheri went on, exaggerating a little. She hadn't actually spoken with Joyce Meyer. Oh, Pastor Hall wrote, how did you react? I bet you was a little pissed, huh? Chris was pissed, to say the least, Sheri responded. But that was the heartbreaking point. That was the breaking point. She forced him into counseling. It took some late fourth quarter heroics by the Pittsburgh Steelers to prevent the Arizona Cardinals from pulling off a major upset in that year's Super Bowl. While Chris was still in Florida, Sheri sent him a provocative photo of herself, nude from the waist up. She probably hoped that this would inject some spice into their faltering marriage. But the move backfired. Chris was with Tara when he received the photo. Tara took the BlackBerry and, posing as Chris, sent Sheri a text message. Honey, you've really got to stop this. I'm not in love with you anymore. Wow. Guys, this is a lot. This has been a lot to take in. What do you guys think? Are we enjoying it? I know we have to be. I know we are. It's I mean, just the little similarities that I knew just with the basic research, and now just as we're getting into this book, it's one after the other after the other. This is like beyond coincidence. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So this is 2008 where we're leaving off. I would say we'll do a few chapters. Yeah, next chapter will be up to chapter 14, and we'll be in the year of 2008, their last year of life, which is sickening. Let me see. I'm just checking up on the comments. Yeah, Tara asking, like furious that his wife is sending him well, that's his wife. The same way NK was like, oh, is she there next to you? You can't talk to me. Like, there is just like Tara and NK are so much alike. Ron and Connie and Ron and Cindy are a lot alike. The children are similar to each other and what parent they're like. The text messaging friends, he wants a divorce. He said he doesn't love me anymore. And like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So let's see, we're heading into Friday. So, let's see. Let me just check I have something going on Tuesday and Monday afternoon. So I'll probably do an early evening on Sunday. We'll get a few chapters in and talk about this. I'll look into the similarities and things like that too, because I'm like totally intrigued by it all. And I hope everybody, so 24. Thank you all, 24. Some are here in chat, some are just listening. Either way, I appreciate all of you being here. Please, please, please hit that thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. Share the video. Let everyone know we are reading this insane Bermuda Triangle of a Joyce Meyers Ministry security guard, filthy animal, who is the original family annihilator of our generation, and presently residing with CW at Dodge. So it's all such a weird intertwining. I love coincidences. This is more than that, and I don't know what it is other than just sheer evil. So we're heading into the weekend. I hope you guys all have a really nice weekend. Hopefully you guys don't have to do much work or you have the weekend off. And just be safe, have fun. And like I said, I'll put a notice out. Maybe Saturday night I'll put it out, or Sunday. And we'll read a few more chapters. It's getting good, guys. So stick with me. Pass it on. Love you all. Get some rest, guys. Good night and have a great weekend. Bye.